Hello friends, we're back. Sorry I didn't announce it correctly. I wanted to play my leg of the tournament and then start casting the matches once I'm eliminated. I am eliminated now, and now we're going to spectate here with Adam and B6 in the second round of this single elimination tournament. And let me put up the blocker for their privacy's sake. And this match seems to be Vampire Counts against Norska. Alright, so B6, Adam TM, both two experienced players, both RTK. B6 is already finished setting up, and Adam is still building his army. And this is almost automatically going to be a good match, because Vampire Counts Norska is a super interesting matchup, because they're both top tier factions, they're both hard to beat for most players, and it's one of the few matchups for the Vampire Counts that they actually dread, because Norska is good at countering them, but not an auto win by any means. B6 is, I think, the more experienced player here, but he's also a Skaven main, so he's probably the best Skaven player in the world. Taking out of the equation that there is Anticity, Charix and Daniken, who are probably the best at whatever they play. And Adam has been playing Khorne and Warriors lately and is now on Norska. I guess now that they're not so overpowered anymore. And we're loading in. So what will we have? We have Norska, headed by Wulfric, the classic, with a metal caster. That's quite unusual. Usually you see a fire caster into the Vampire Counts. A single Marauder Horseman here. And over here we have a quintessential Vampire Counts army with a Necromancer probably on a flying mount, the two White Kings, load of chaff, two of the corpse cards, and 4 Crypt Horrors in the starting army. So here we have melee, and then 2 of these javelins to take out horrors and corpse cards. And of course the horsemen are going to serve more or less the same function, maybe countering dogs, but then again they're the only thing the dogs are good against. So yeah, it's not going to be so much more to do for them than to take out corpse cards and horrors. Okay, we're loading in. We're on Eastern Isle Colony. They've picked that for the first match. I will explain the format a little bit more after this match. We didn't have time getting into this match. And then we're going to see. Alright, they're posturing up. I think this is not the starting formation for B6. He's probably going to make 2 groups of units and pushing on both of these sides. Or he's going to go for the lane push and push through here. Could also see that happening. Both of them certainly viable options. Over here, Norska usually wants to go wide against Vampire Counts. Let's see, what spells do we have on the Lord here? Raise Dead, Lesser Raise Dead, and the Heal. Okay, no Wind of Death. That's a little bit more relaxing. Our Metalcaster, Final Transmutation, and Searing Doom. So Searing Doom, we don't see any calves so far, so probably not the hardest hitting spell here. But of course, if you can get 2 White Kings, the Necromancer, and a corpse card into the range of a Final Transmutation, that is going to be a very juicy one. So yeah, here it's all about timing it well. Good luck to both opponents. I wish them the best, and let's see who cooks. Okay. Okay. All right. Of course, the speed advantage goes to Norska. They're going to take this point. Yeah, they should be able to take this point fully before any ground troops are here. And I mean, the only thing the Meister Necromancer could do is drop a zombie summon on them, but they could just run in a circle and evade those. So that's probably not going to happen. And as I said, yeah, he's on the flying mount, like predicted. Okay, we see the split push here. 5 units on this side, 3 on this side. And you see the javelins are both on this side. That's definitely the better call. You don't want them split up. And as soon as this point is captured, I assume that the horsemen will join this side because they want to maximize firepower to take out these 3 juicy targets. And you see there isn't actually much here. So the best play for Norske from my perspective is to overwhelm this flank and then push on to the other side. But we're going to see. This looks like a force that would remain on the 3rd point. So it's for Norske to take the initiative here. Okay, Marauder champions. Certainly the better option to sit here because they have 80 armor. And Scabsgrath is not going to be so great against them. Over here we have more Marauder champions, and we have Bearmen. Bearmen have 45 armor, so they would be a better target. And of course the Marauder hunters, they are what the White Kings will be gunning for this entire match, because they're super dangerous. I mean, they're cheap little stick throwing units, but they're actually very, very good against Corpse Guards and Crypt Horrors. So that's something we're going to see here. Over here we will probably see some split of these forces, because this unit, this force here cannot stop this. But we see 2 can raids, so they might also tip the balance here, because we don't see any magic damage on any of these units. He might slap them with the final transmutation if he gets them both into the casting range, maybe together with the corpse card. So we're trading here. Norske is going to lose this point but gain this point, and we're going to see that only 1 unit is over here left at this point. Alright. Okay, the javelins are shooting into the, or being thrown into the, oh, that was very juicy. What was that? Frostbite? What does frostbite? Does the boat do frostbite? Oh, it does. Oh yeah, very nice boat into the can raids. See, I never used them against these units in a long time. I played Norske in August and not since then. Okay, this point is abandoned, and of course this is a lot of dead weight just sitting here, and Norske is fighting with almost the entire army except for these 1000 gold over here on this point. Over here we have the zombies pushing out, but against Marauder champions they're not going to live very long, but still they're keeping them off the point. So before the point is captured here, I expect that the Norscan player Adam TM will actually push something else onto this point. Femia coming in, that's a nice one. You have no units with anti-large here, and they have magic damage, armor sundering, and all the good stuff. So they're good against everything that's here. Plus they add some capture weight, which we need badly at this point. What are we going to push onto the point? Okay, he lost the point. That was probably avoidable by moving the cavalry around the chaff that's sitting here. These chariots are coming in. Maybe they can provide some capture weight, but of course with 6 capture weight being provided by the White Kings, that's already a fair amount. The Necromancer took a lot of damage. That also happened in the match against me when I played B6 before this round, and it's a bit of a trap, you know, because a 3/4 dead Necromancer doesn't actually gain you anything. So I'm expecting Norske to try and get this one back quite quickly. They are the more mobile faction, but not that mobile. These guys here also have magic damage, so that's actually a really good tech against these ethereal units. Unfortunately, these 2 units have been routed off, the Marauder champions and the Bearmen here. And we still have units sitting off the point at the moment. Wulfric has taken considerable damage, and it's beginning to look, even though the value is even, a bit like the counts have this, despite parking 1000 value or a little bit more over on the other point. He's putting back his ranged, probably for the better, and getting into Berserkers. Berserkers are chaff killing units, much better at chopping through skeletons and zombies than the Marauder champions are. And what do we have here? Any spells coming in? Doesn't look like it. Oh, the Femia are already taken out. They're great against ranged, but of course that benefit is not utilized in this matchup. And now we have to see. They're gonna push on, trying to take the final point, and it looks like Norske just doesn't have the tools to deal with this. The Berserkers are here stuck fighting these zombies. They're going to chop through them very quickly, but yeah, it's probably not going to work out. The Chariots are stuck here. Should probably cycle charge a bit more than this. Bounce from unit to unit, maybe take out these cairn raids here. We have these recovered units that could maybe do a little bit, but not a whole pile. Then we have Black Knights. So okay, so obviously he has been saving up for this Cav summon to bring those units in. Over here, yeah, I don't think the SEs are gonna do much here. We have 8 capture weight from the chaff here. And is it all zombies? Yes, and this is only 6, so they can't take that point. Over here we have this champion and this bearman left. We have this chariots almost dead, and yeah, there just isn't really anything. And the flying lord is actually great because dropping a zombie summon on top of the on top of these javelins is going to disable one of them for almost no wins. And if there's only 2 of them, that's a good way of keeping them at bay. Over here, the Beasts of Tashna have been taken out by the spears. They're not large, but they're also terrible into spears at the same time. The SEs are fighting here, crumbling with the boat, both of these chaff units here, and now they have capture weight for the moment, but it's a matter of time before the Cairn Wraith with their 5 capture weight arrive and begin to claim that back. Okay, yeah, this point could be taken, so with the Berserkers coming in, I can see that happening, but not with the Cav arriving. And then this point here is also in danger, so I really don't see a way for Norska to bounce back at this point. Okay, let's look at this. Okay, capture weight for the moment. I think both Cav together will almost offset the capture weight here, and then, yeah. Okay, that's another mistake here. Move order through the zombies. They got stuck. The javelins here thrown into the zombies. I mean, it's better than nothing, but there is better targets to be had. And over here, what do we have? Okay, they're trying to cap the back point. And that's it. Okay, GG to both of you. And looks like B6 is on a roll today. That's the 3rd straight match in a row that he won. And let's see what the next matchup is going to be. Ooh, this is fun. Okay. Just gonna ask the players what their other 2 matchups are, so we can already theorize a little bit about them. Okay, looks like Ogre Kingdoms for B6, and Adam on Khorne. Okay, Khorne Ogres, another really cool matchup. I enjoy that because it's probably the 2 brutalist forces, Anga Banga terms. Yeah, that's definitely a good one. B6 seems to have a build prepared for this, although this doesn't really look like a build for Khorne. I wouldn't be surprised if he changes it. And Adam is tinkering. Yeah, this also is this the build? Looks pretty cool. Nope, they're both still tinkering with the builds, so I'm not going to make any theories here for the moment. Okay. right. Okay, we're building this completely from scratch. And oh, I already love this army. Okay, Ogre Kingdoms, very cool army. Let's see what Adam is doing. So we know if Adam wins this round, we're going to see a third match. And if he loses, it's over and B6 moves on. In the other bracket is probably the most elite bracket in this tournament. We have Navi, Berserk, Martinius, and Big B's. Navi has defeated Berserk 2-1, and Big B's has defeated Martinius. I don't know how they won because they just said 0-1. And now we have Navigator against Big B's in the second round. Okay, Adam is ready on Corn. So the winner of this match is going to face Big B's or Navigator. A terrifying prospect. They're both top 16. So that why I was saying it's the most elite bracket. The reason being that 3 out of 4 of those players were top 16, and Martinius, if I'm not mistaken, was 18 on the leaderboard. So that was very, very high echelons. Navigator being 4th place, I think, last season. So yeah, star-studded, and B6 will have the honor of facing the winner. Okay, Adam has just readied up, and I think B6 is going to be readying up in just a moment. The map is Celestial Lake. And I just see the final adjustment here in the build for B6. He's at 0 gold now on both starting army and reinforcements, so I expect this to load in very soon. Okay, remove the blocker, and here we are. Okay, so this is the return match in the series of Adam TM against B6. B6 is on Ogres with a Nobler Pigback Knights and Man-Eater Pistols build led by the Slaughtermaster, and we have Valkyria with a bunch of melee troops. These are Chaos Warrior Halberds actually, and some Blood Beasts, so that's a pretty fun build. Looking forward to this battle. And again, if Adam wins, we're going to see a third match. If B6 wins, then B6 moves on to the next round and will face either Navigator or Big B's for the game in the quarterfinals. Then we're going to have the semis, and then there's the finals. So we're going to have at least another 6-7 games to watch. Potentially up to 10. Okay, we've loaded in. Over here, the unwashed masses of Khorne. Yes, Chaos Warriors Halberds, tons of them, and we have over here the Marauders of Khorne. They look so much tougher on their pictures than they do for other factions. And we have here the unwashed masses of the Ogres. So we have 3 of the Man-Eater Pistols. So these are really good at sniping large targets in my experience, or even characters. Of course, Valkyria is a bit slippery, so I don't expect there's going to be a net here. But we of course have the slow from the army ability. So we're going to see if that is used in this matchup. Okay. Oh, that's a little sneakiness there in the forest. Let's see if that plays a role in this match. And Khorne, of course, has no range in this. They didn't bring a skull cannon, and even if they had, it would be outtraded by what the Ogres can bring. And we're starting. Okay, so now I would like to press the speed up button to get to the juicy part a little bit faster, but these aren't the slowest of factions, so we're going to see some clashes somewhere in the middle at first. So let's see if the ogres use their speed advantage. The man-eater pistols have 54 speed, and the fastest unit here has 52 because they're in the forest, so they could catch them, but everything else is infantry speed, and except for Valkyria, of course, but she doesn't really want to chase them because being shot by these pistols is going to hurt her. Okay, this point goes to the ogres, and they're probably going to completely ignore this point and just push in here and try to value trade. Okay, Valkyria is just relaxing for the moment. The Ogre Bulls, oh, it's Iron Guts actually. They're posturing up. You see the formation that that B6 is planning out here for his troops, and he's keeping the pistols relatively far in the rear. They have 160 range, and I think the non-RR have 20 less. So this is just archer range. They're not like lead belchers with long rifle range, or almost long rifle range. And we're going to see how impactful these blood beasts are. If we can use this pigback rider to screen them out, that's going to go quite well. If they're going to charge into something they want to charge in, or maybe even the man-eaters, then they can probably do some damage. Over here we have the anti-large monstrous infantry, Minotaurs of Khorne with great weapons. They want to fight these guys. Anti-infantry ogres with high armor, and their armor piercing and anti-large. So that's the perfect target for them. They're going to generate insane value. Okay, Khorne is a little too passive here. They are at the mobility and range disadvantage, and they would really want two objectives. But Adam opts for a build-up strategy here. He feels that he can, with his summons, create more additional value on the battlefield than the ogres can. And we're going to see if that's true. Considering how much range is in this starting army, I feel that Khorne would have wanted to push a little bit sooner, because the fact that the ogres are down 4,500, 5,000 value in terms of melee forces because of all this ranged is going to be relatively smaller if all they call in at this point is more melee units. So the Minotaurs are on the two flanks of the formation, so let's see how that's going to play out. And the Blood Beasts are being very patient here in the forest. Let's see if they get to snipe something, or whether B6 notices immediately when they come out of the forest. I mean, in this case, I'm pretty impartial, because I don't really like any of these factions more than the other, and both players are really nice guys, so I have no issue in that regard. But of course, I would like Adam to win, because that means we can watch them for one more time. More matches is always good. Alright guys, I think we're gonna slowly see something happening here. I think Adam might be waiting for one more summon to come in. I guess the third Minotaurs that we saw on the roster might have yet to come in. And when the melee ensues and the front lines clash, the man-eaters might pull back a little bit to get some distance to the units that are dangerous to them, and at that point the blood beasts might just pounce and come out. Okay, he's getting another unit of Khorne Gores, okay, the typical late game summon, and opts not to get another Minotaur, and now he's just playing the waiting game. So he's not generating any value, but neither is the faction that could generate value here by pushing out the man-eaters to the front line, taking some pot shots at the Minotaurs, and then just running back. I don't see any downside to that, so they could consider doing that. They're unshielded, they're perfect targets for these armor-piercing shots, and super expensive and juicy, so yeah, it's probably what I would do, but B6 is the better player, so let's see what his plan is for this match. Over here, again, we see the caster coming out, Troll Guts, the only spell. So he has a massive heal in that. He also has a heal through the lore passive, and he has a heal as an army ability. So there's a lot of healing that could happen. And for now, b6 is just happy enough to sit on these 2 points. If he gets to the point where he can win on a single cap before this is over, yes, then I would agree that just sitting there and doing nothing is not a bad idea. But if he waits until the last minute and Adam pushes then, that means that his pistols are almost guaranteed not to make value because they just don't have enough time to deplete their ammo. So they have 20 shots. Yeah, the RR and the... hang on, no, where's the RR? Ah, here. They have, yeah, they all have 20 shots. So, yeah, I would want to maybe get at least 5-6 shots out before this battle starts for real. Okay, so we're being blue-balled here. It's nothing happening so far. The corn gores are moving through the forest to join the blood beasts. We get some ogre bulls, dual weapons, the anti-infantry variant coming out. And it's kind of funny, isn't it? Like on Empire and units like that, humans with a little club are considered armor piercing. And when ogres have a huge club, it's not. Okay, so now we see some movement here. The Marauder front line with the Chaos Warriors interspersed. The ogres just pulling back, including the ranged. And now we see the first damage being dealt here. 16, 19 points of damage from the ogre man-eater pistols, the powder guts, and they're shooting at... oh, okay, at the Marauders. I thought they were trying to shoot the Minotaurs over here. Okay, the units in the forest still being patient. And here the ogres are conceding this point to the forces of Khorne. Over here we have the front line pushing forward more. And they're about to touch the ogres. And I guess that's the point at which the ogres are happy enough to engage. Okay, still pulling back on the right flank. And is there going to be a countercharge here? Yes, the ogres are countercharging into these units. Of course, they don't want to fight Chaos Warriors of Khorne halberds, so they're pulling back. And yeah, now we have the problem, what is here to fight these anti-large infantry units? We don't really have that, so the ogre's gonna have to just take the bad trade and fight them with something that's anti-infantry, or ideally shoot them. They could have shot them for the last 5 minutes, let's say. And are they gonna get their charge off? Yeah, almost. They make it here, but the charge wasn't super impressive. And now we have the pigback riders helping them out. The man-eater pistols are shooting into the blood beasts, but they're butchering the ogre bulls now that they're really getting into this fight. The halberds doing their part as well. Over here we have the halberds and the marauders fighting the front line of the ogres. The iron fists here doing reasonably well. The corn gores here are suffering. The pistols are about to get... oh no, all the furies piled into one single man-eater pistol, and that might have been a pretty hard misplay. If all of these furies get deleted by the dogs that got a charge off into them, this is going to be pretty hard and fast value traded in favor of the ogres. Okay, let's see. Over here we see a collapse of the leftmost flank, but the dogs, I call them, the saber-tusk packs, they're actually cats. They're in here and dealing damage. Over here, the Minotaur great weapons are fighting the ogre bulls. Super juicy targets for them. And if they now utilize the fact that they're free and push in here immediately, they could really take something out. Okay, if these furies manage to take out of commission both of these man-eater pistols here until the frontline units can get them, then we can actually see the complete collapse of the ogre position here, and we are indeed going to get another match after this. Adam is leading now by almost 2,000 points, and that might spell doom for the ogres. Of course, we're fighting in the half of the ogres, which means that they have much shorter paths for the reinforcements, and the what is the Valkyrie doing there? Fighting here in the backfield against Iron Guts. But I guess, yeah, she's probably feels pretty safe back there because there isn't really anything to threaten her at this point. The Furies are not letting up. They are sticking to the pistols as best they can. These saber tusks are routed off. These are also routed off. Over here, some ogres have recovered. They're triple capped now, and these saber tusk packs are being chased. Okay, we have the marauders from the right flank already on top of the pistols here. They might even take out the lord if they get another attack order. We have some corn gores fighting here, and the value is now 2,000 in difference. And this is looking pretty good for corn. Furies disintegrating but still diving in. We have the powder guts getting off some shots into this melee, but I think the Minotaurs are probably going to push through there and try to get on top of them. I think Valkyria would have done better fighting them than fighting these Iron Guts, but yeah, she is just pulling out of melee, and maybe she's trying to tackle these man-eater pistols over here. And I'm talking about the man-eater pistols as if they are the main piece here. They of course are very good units when they can shoot, but it doesn't look like they will be able to shoot when there's nothing to defend them. We have still a constant 2,000 gold lead for corn, but some of these units are getting pretty tattered. These Minotaurs are worn down. These are already routing and probably going to get shattered or killed by additional shooting. These guys are probably not going to make it where they want to be, because the cats or some new summon might stop them. These cats have just recovered in time and might be sent back into the fight. And the the corn forces have enough time here in the middle to actually recover and then charge again. Right now we see a lot of ogre forces routing, and the corn forces are pretty stable for now. These are on the edge of routing, but for now they're stable, supported by these Chaos Warriors halberds, and now the powder guts can turn around and shoot into them and take care of them. Yeah, that's exactly what they want to do, and they go from 5 to 2 models, and they're gonna be down to 0 in no time. Okay, so now this little pocket here can push back, but we still have these halberds here, which are good against everything in this pocket. The Sword of Corn dropped with no effect because it's not great against large entities. But yeah, where else would he have dropped it? There's only ogres left and cats, and yeah, this is literally the only small unit that's still relevant in this match, and it's probably going to be routed off by these halberds here, by these corn gores. So looks like a pretty dominant victory by corn. I don't see the ogres bouncing back here, but I have been wrong before. We will see. Over here, the little pocket is going to take out the corn gores, and then these pistols can go back. 15 out of 16 models still alive, so if they get some good fire down, if the cats can protect them from the flesh hounds here, maybe even screen these man-eaters, which are also still 11 out of 16 models, we could see some nice DPS from the ranged. Also, the powder guts here taking care of some of these ranged units, and I guess this caster here is probably wishing he had some damage spells right now to take care of this little blob here. Any kind of AoE damage would have been nice. Maybe even a burning head, not really, because it doesn't do enough armor piercing damage. Okay, here we have 2 units that recovered from routing and might try to get this point back, but with 3 Furies and the Marauder Horseman throwing axes approaching, that is not going to happen most likely. Okay, so here in the backfield it's pretty even, but on the battlefield overall it is not. We have a 2,500 value lead anyhow at this point, and it doesn't look like there's enough in the bank to push back. Also, Adam has 2,000 in the bank. He's probably confident enough not to even think about summons at this point. Or he doesn't have anything. He could desummon the tattered Minotaurs here in the back and get them back in, but he probably knows that he's done in 10 seconds and that's it. Okay, so it's 1,500 to 800. This is pretty over. And I'm just going to save this one. Nice one. Okay, so now that means we're going to see a third match in this best of 3 series with these 2 players. And the winner, let's see if it's already decided who they're going to face in the next round. No, Navigator and Big Bees are also still playing. So let's see the value on our forces here. The Pistols did all right, but not amazingly. Valkyria, yeah, she was just stuck in one unit of Iron Guts for the whole match, so she didn't get too much. The Blood Beasts did okay, and we're going to see, yeah, mediocre value on all of these units. The Halberds did quite well because the Ogres were kind enough to provide them with an ample supply of large targets for them to fight. The Korngors also did quite all right. Horseman was only one, didn't get his value back, but performed decently, considering that you could unsummon it for half the value and it had most of its ammo left. The Furies did terribly, but obviously they're not only damage dealers, they're actually also there to just distract units, stop units from shooting and so on, and that's what they did in this match. The Minotaur's great weapon actually didn't cook. They would have cooked, but because they're such an obvious target for the ranged and for all the anti-large that the Ogres could muster, they are stopped. It's a bit like Messi in football. Everybody tries to tackle him, everybody tries to take the ball away from him, and if three defensive players take him out, then he's not going to perform as much as he could if he was just your average Joe in the eyes of his opponents. And the same here. I actually miscounted in the beginning. I thought there were 3 Minotaur's great weapons, but there were only 2, and that's why he only called out 2 in the beginning. All right, GG to both of these players. And let's go back to the lobby and see what the next match is going to be. We'll see Vampire Counts Warriors of Chaos. Okay, so it's basically a rematch from the first round where we had Norska into Vampire Counts. Oh well, it's actually not fair to say anymore because Bearmen are no longer on the Chaos roster, so there can't be any Bearmen. Let's see how different the builds are. And let's check in the description what the last map is going to be. It's going to be Putrefying Carcass. Okay. 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 So on the other legs, we have Pizu versus Chosen in the quarterfinals in the top bracket, and the opponent for them in the semifinals is going to be either Scarbang or Pope Paddy, and Kainate has already finished the round of 16. Then we have Navigator and Big Bees duking it out, and the winner of B6 and Adam is going to face them. At the bottom bracket we have Michu and Manoft, and they are going to play against the Adler. Adler is going to be in the quarterfinals in the bottom. Okay, so both players have changed their strategy from the first match. Okay. Okay, B6 is almost done. And Adam is working on his reinforcements for now. Yeah, I've always felt beating vampire counts is not the easiest thing in the world. Let's see how our brackets are progressing, if any matches have been completed. Now this is quite nice that the opposing bracket is also still playing, so there's nobody waiting. Micho and Manov are still playing, so they might be done there soon, and then the quarterfinals with Adler can begin. And we're going to be following whatever match we will see out of our bracket here. Going by past win rates, I guess the favorites for the title are probably Chosen, Navi, Big B's, or Adler. They're the 4 remaining top 16 players. But yeah, B6 could carry it. Micho could carry it. Manov could carry it. Manov made it to semifinals. No, to finals actually in a recent tournament. And I think he had a win on leaderboard in the last season. Not entirely sure. I'm just gonna check that real quick. Manov. Where are you? Oh, it doesn't look like it. Maybe I'm mistaken. No, yeah, solid win rate, but didn't make any tournament wins. But I guess that's also part to the fact that they didn't play a ton in the last season. Alright, the players are tinkering with their builds still. Okay, B6 has settled on a build, and Adam is probably just moments away from one. With the Warriors of Chaos, you have the problem that the costs for each unit are, well, they're almost all the same price, and it's hard to spend your last bit of money. You're usually 25 short for whatever you want to get, so it takes a lot of finagling. That's what the Bearmen were actually pretty nice for. Because you often have 575 gold left over when you make a Warriors of Chaos army, and then you could just spend that money. But yeah, ultimately you just have to live with it, that you're going to waste a few points. Alright, we're loading in. Let me remove the blocker. And here we go. Loading into the match. And loading again. And again. Come on, B6, get off my stream and stop trying to snipe your opponent. Joking. What is this? All right, here we go. This is the final and third match in the matchup between Adam TM and B6. B6 is on vampire counts again, as in the first match, using a similar build with a different lord. And because the lord is more expensive, he had to cut 2 of the crypt horrors. And on the other side, we see Adam TM with Archeon the Everchosen, the Slaughter Guard over here, and the Chosen of Khorne dual weapons. They're excellent at grinding through the chaff. And we have one Marauder Horseman. I assume that there are more Marauder Horsemen in the reinforcements. We're going to see that in a moment. Loading into the map. This is Putrefying Carcass, the Nurgle-themed match, the Nurgle-themed map. The points are quite close, actually. So if somebody wants to box up and just protect the points, they can do that quite well. Doesn't actually matter what side of the map they start on. They can do this either from this little peninsula here or from over here. From either side, you can actually protect the middle point quite well if you want to do so. Okay, so here we have the Red Duke on a dragon. And we have him over here now. Then we have the two horrors, the two corpse cards, and we're going to see probably a consolidated approach this time. Over here and then washing down the hill into the middle point. That's what I assume. But it might also be played differently on these 2 points. But for now, it looks like that's what they're planning to do. Over here, we see the forces of the Warriors of Chaos. Looks more like a Khorne army almost, except for the Lord. And these guys are going to push down here into the middle, trying to contest these 2 points. The third point seems to be neglected by both players for now. But I assume that either player will get out something fast to take this point as soon as possible. Okay, this is the starting formation. The forward position for the horseman makes sense. I don't know, a single horseman, I probably would have put it over here to capture the outside point, and assuming that the vampire counts are over here. And if they happen to be here, you can just pull back and be over here in no time, because you're going to get these points anyways because you're faster than your opponent. Okay, he wants to put 2 of the units over here, the very slow Slaughter Guard and the equally as slow Chosen of Khorne. Actually, I'm eating my words. The only thing fast that we have here is the Horseman and Archaon. But they together can certainly cap a point. And I think we're just moments away from this match being started. I don't know if I like this. I think I would want them together to really take on this blob. With such a small force, it's so easy to get these guys surrounded. And I mean, they have great leadership, and they have Frenzy, which will help them to resist any kind of terror or fear effects. But still, it's, I don't know. It makes me a bit anxious to see them isolated over there like that. And equally, see the guys over here. It's only 6 units, so having 2 or 4 is not a lot. And what do we see here? I guess the Lord wants to hurt them a little bit with the Pestilent Breath. He also has Raise Dead and the Invocation. Again, no Winds of Death. I guess against Khorne, it doesn't really game is frozen for a second, but no, we're not lagged. Okay, what is going on? Okay, the Lord is flying back towards his own backfield, and for some reason they are reluctant to take this point. I would just push forward a little bit and make time here. Nice dodge on the throwing axis. And now we have capture rate on the point. I don't know why they weren't there. Probably just a small mispositioning. Okay. Khorne has decided to play the right side of the map from our perspective. And they're going to double cap these 2 positions. They might very briefly hold a triple cap as the vampire counts are positioning here to take this point. Okay, very brief triple cap, but this point is going to go to the forces of the vampire counts. Over here, yeah, and now you're missing the Slaughter Guard because the horrors here, of course, going to enjoy fighting here. I mean, not as much as they would elsewhere, because of course these are still very strong units, but yeah, they're anti-infantry. They would prefer to fight against some chaffy skeleton spears or something like that. Then again, they're Khorne. Oof, that's a very juicy burning head from Archeon there. Taking down 2, 3 chaff units here, eliminating them from this point. And yeah, that is something we didn't see in the match with the Norscan army. Archeon pulls out, runs away, and you see how much damage the White King here in the front has already taken. Over here, nothing is contesting this point. The Slaughter Guard are slowly waddling towards the middle. And if this continues as it is, and the point is as clearly defended by Khorne as it is right now, then Vampire Counts are going to be under tremendous pressure here. After winning the first round quite soundly, it looks like this one might go for Adam. Vargeists, decent chance to snipe units with so little shooting on the battlefield. But we'll see if there's any good matchups for them, because usually these flyers rely on taking advantage of their charge bonus into a unit that can't charge them back. But in this case, everything literally that the Chaos Warriors have is happy enough to fight without a charge bonus, because they have solid stat lines as it is. Looks like they're just flying past here to maybe rear charge these units, and that might actually work out for them, because they are already on such low leadership from fighting the Horus. Nope, they're actually going for the Forsaken. Okay, how's that going? Yeah. They're losing some. But Archeon might be able to stabilize here. And we see another burning head. Clipping the zombies here, missing them mostly. This didn't generate nearly as much value as the last one. But over here we have some Chaos Spawn taking out the zombies and freeing up the horsemen to come out and maybe do some DPS to the Red Duke. Over here, this point is completely uncontested, and here, now we see, because of the troops that abandoned this point and came here to the middle, we have capture weight now for the Vampire Counts, and just as I finish the sentence, it's lost again. The White King is suffering pretty badly, and so is the other one. And there's really no good targets for Scab Scrats. The worst armored unit here is 85 armor. They're not going to hit the horsemen because they've been microed quite well. And I think we're going to see the White Kings being taken out of commission here quite quickly. We only have the one unit of Forsaken routing. 2 of the corpse cards still in the fight. And I'm wondering if maybe a Mortis engine would have cooked here in this matchup with so little shooting out. But then again, how was B6 to know that Adam wouldn't bring a Hell Cannon? And yeah, this is fairly one-sided. We have a 2,500 gold value lead now for the Warriors of Chaos. If I call them Khorne, if I have called them Khorne, please accept my apologies. It is such a Khorne-heavy army here. And let's see, Archeon is doing pretty well health-wise, and so is the Red Duke. They're pretty much on the same level of health. This point has essentially been in the Warriors of Chaos' hands for the entire match, and they're right not to worry about this point. It looks so tempting with only a little bit of chaff sitting on it, but ultimately 2 is enough to win. And now the Armored Trolls are coming in. Yes, Chaos Trolls actually, not Armored Trolls. Well, yeah, they're not going to be shot, so you don't really need them. Over here we have the Chaos Spawn fighting zombies, now getting charged by a Vargulf. The Horsemen are out of ammo. They should probably be desummoned to be replaced by a fresh unit. And here we have the Trolls charging in. Are they boosted by Archeon's crown? I don't see it. Okay, so he's not giving them ITP, which is probably valuable on Trolls. But still the value is held, and we're not too far away from Khorne getting into single cap territory. Okay, he has actually lost patience for this point here and is sending out the spawn. They have 3 capture weight, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, as all monstrous units. So they're gonna outweigh just this unit, but we have, just sitting on the edge of the map down here, these skeletons. B6 is probably going to rotate these, because obviously the spears are going to be better at fighting into the Chaos Spawn. and the zombies are going to buffer them out so that some of the damage is dealt to them instead of the spears. This point I think is getting close now. The White Kings both still alive. I guess the heals from the Red Duke are going into these 3 characters and maybe 1 horror at best. The Vargulf has completely annihilated these Chaos Spawn. It is an anti-large monstrous unit, so that's what you would expect. And over here, because I'm just going to blame the absence of a crown, because there was no crown to secure them against terror and fear, they're now routing and being escorted at half health by the Devils of Schwarzhaven. So that's a shame. 13 trolls that could have generated to almost 80% of their unit health taken out of the race. Now we see some capture weight returning, and here see the spears really doing serious damage to the Chaos Spawn, just on the merit of being slightly anti-large. And the Chaos Giant is obviously better against infantry, but it's also going to share a similar fate. Archaon is losing to the Red Duke here and also chased by an anti-large Vargulf. So it looks like the counts are actually scrapping this one back. We are down to no value lead anymore for Adam. And now we're going to see this point flipping. Another Burning Head. Pretty good one. Takes out almost all the chaff on this point. But even with the giant arriving, we do not have capture weight here for the Warriors of Chaos. Another Spearman arriving. The Vargulf is probably going to beat this giant. Oh, we're going to see. We're going to see. And Archaon has Spirit Leech as well, but there weren't any good targets for Spirit Leech in this match. He could have Spirit Leeched the White Kings maybe, now that they're so low on health, kill them instantly, but they would be back in due course. Okay, Archaon is probably going to die here in this duel, and that will spell the end of this match. I guess the Giant actually beats the Vargulf, despite the Vargulf being anti-large, because he's just such a chunky monster with such high health and such high damage. Okay, we have capture weight here with the Giant on the point, with the horses on the point, and these returning Chosen of Khorne. They might get this point back, and this point is not going to fall anytime soon. The Forsaken are going to stabilize it here, but with Archaon dying, his magic disappearing, his leadership disappearing, and of course the effect of the Lord Lost penalty on all of his troops is going to be a difficult one. Okay, this point is completely won by the counts now. This point is completely won by the Warriors of Chaos. Archaon is still being chased by, I don't know, 5,000 gold. And now the Devils of Schwarzhaven are coming in here. The point has been capped, and now he's pulling off these troops off the point to do some damage to the Graveguard Halberds. And what is going on here? They're going to beat the zombies. They're probably going to beat another zombie. And then it's going to get a bit harder against the Graveguard. So this point is going to be held for a while, but not indefinitely. And I don't see this point here being held by the Warriors. But we shall see. He had the value lead for so long that he is actually almost there for a single cap. Not quite. He has to be at 1150 before the opponent is at... oh no, actually, yeah, he's already well in single cap territory. So the longer he can stall out this point and then secure this point over here with the additional Chaos Spawn, he can actually pull out a single point win. But with losing the Chaos Giant here to this onslaught, probably not going to happen. The Horsemen are probably going to just up and run and leave this point and join their other forces over here. But it's good to keep them here to the last second to delay the capture of this point for as long as humanly possible, to buy himself a little bit of a buffer. So at 1200 he has 300 points left, and if his opponent has more than 600 points to get, then we're in single cap territory. So that means he would have to be at 900 by the time he's at 1200 to make that work out. Okay, so the Giant is routing, is probably going to get killed off, and I'm half expecting to see... Oh, they already captured this point. Okay, they caught the Hellstriders here with the Trolls, with the Crypt Horrors. The The Chaos Spawn can't change anything about this. They just have worse stats, but can't be broken. And now the time is ticking. If B6 gets up to 900 points before the Warriors of Chaos get a point back, then this is a double cap situation, and it looks like, yeah, it looks like the Chaos War engine is really running on fumes here at this point. Spawn still fighting the Crypt Horrors. They seem to be having the upper hand here. Oh, that was a very nice dodge on the Lord here. And that's it. Adam concedes. And this match is over. B6 made it to the next round. Nicely done. Value on the Red Duke 3,300. Value on Archeon 1,700. So probably didn't pay for himself. Almost certainly. The Slaughter Guard did quite well. So did the Chosen. The Horseman on 2 summons didn't really do well. The Giant didn't do well. And the Spawn, I don't like them. They seem to be sophisticated and expensive versions of the Vampire Count zombies. They're just there. They don't break and they don't rout, but they also don't do much of nothing. So yeah, probably cut them for the next match and get something with a bit more oomph. The White Kings didn't, weren't terrible. I mean, the first one paid for himself, the second one almost did. So put together, they did pay for themselves. But yeah, they provided 6 capture weight throughout the entire match because they were always on points. So that's pretty use of this unit. We had the 4 ghouls, horrors in total. The Terror Guys never came in. And the Devils of Schwarzhaven, 2,160. That's pretty decent value on them as well. So yeah, the Vargulf cooked actually. It's a bit of a meme unit, at least in campaign. But yeah, here it was good. It provided something of value to its owner. Very nice. Okay, let's look at the brackets. GG to both players. Okay, we have Pope Paddy against Knet in the quarterfinals in the first bracket. Pizu against Chosen, quarterfinals in the second bracket. Now we have B6 moving on against the winner of the match between Navigator and Big Beast, which is not decided yet. And we have Micho against Adler in the final there. I'm going to reach out to Navi to see. If I can spectate. Okay, I've reached out to Adler. Maybe we can grab one match there. Also gonna ask Pizu. Okay, looks like everybody's already in their matches, which is good. It means that they're gonna be done sooner, but it also means we have to wait until Big Bees and Navigator have finished their final match. They're in their third match now. And let's see. Okay. All right, everybody's playing right now. We're just gonna have to wait. Ah, we get a match. Perfect. We can watch Pope Paddy. And okay. And we're gonna join Pope Paddy's match and spectate there. Nice. Aren't we lucky? We get so many matches today. Okay, so this seems to be vampire counts against greenskins. Interesting one. Okay, it's Pope Paddy versus Kane. These two guys have defeated Scarbang, Jane M. Driver, Ponty, Giffy, Johnny. That's a pretty solid lineup. Okay, so there's a ton of declarations from Vampire Counts players in this tournament. I think we've had 8 or 9 people declaring Vampire Counts. And I guess they're the highest ranked faction at the moment that doesn't have a bad reputation for having OP units. And it's actually interesting, isn't it? Like that Vampire Counts have been top tier for ages, despite not having received anything new in a long time. I'm just going to grab a drink real quick, and I'll be right back. And look at that, just in time. All right, we're loading in. This is a match in the quarterfinals bracket between Kanate and Pope Paddy. We see the standard build for the Vampire Counts we've seen in the last couple of matches as well. And we see Grom the Paunch leading the Greenskins maybe to victory here in this battle. Pope Paddy is playing the Vampire Counts and Knet is playing the Greenskins. We see some Savage Orc Archers, probably the hardiest archers the Greenskins have, along with Ruglet's Armored Orcs, the Crossbow Armored Orc unit. And we're about to load into the Glade of the Ever Queen. Okay. On the east side of the map, we have Pope Paddy's forces. He's a Bretonnian main. Let's see how that translates to vampire counts. And over here on the other leg, we have the Greenskins. We've already looked at the army composition. We have Savage Orc Biggins. We have a ton of Orc boys. Probably some Gobos as well. Or is this a pure Orc army? No Goblins. Yeah, Goblin Spears and one normal Goblin unit. But other than that, this is a very Orc-heavy army. Okay, we have the Lord here, the Strigoi Vampire Lord, with Spirit Leech. Ooh. Okay, and Doom and Darkness. That's probably the one that's going to cook more in this matchup. Because what are you going to Spirit Leech here in this army? Yeah, maybe the Orc Shaman. With Fists of Gork and Gaze of Mork. Yeah, that's something I could see happening here in this matchup, that the Flying Vampire Count Lord is going to wait for an opportune moment to dive the Orc Shaman, attack him in melee, and then take him out with Spirit Leeches. Spirit Leeches on Grom are probably a waste of time, considering his regeneration and relatively high pool of HP. So Grom is trying to take the point here as quickly as possible. How far is he moving? Yeah, just to the point it seems. And the Strigoi Lord probably wants to pick a fight with him, as long as he's here by himself. We have a sneaky little side capture attempt here from Pope Paddy. And yeah, much of nothing here. Grom is running in circles to capture the point as quickly as possible. Now he has some additional units on the point. Orc boys with a full 5 capture weight. And this is done and dusted. Is he going to dive the ranged? No, he isn't. He's just going in circles and trying to confuse his opponent. Over here, he doesn't have a summon, so he can't drop a summon on the ranged. Well, he does have the Crypt Ghoul summon, which he could overcast into a horror summon. And that's actually a decent play here. If this is what he's intending to do, to circle around here to keep these units from moving, let the front line move up and create some distance, and then when they're far enough away from anything else, then he might drop a summon on them. But no, that's not what he does. He just flies away again. Okay. He's probably waiting for a better time. I'm actually not sure how Crypt Ghouls would perform against Ruglet's Armored Orcs. The Horrors would probably do well, but yeah, with the big guns here, you don't really want to stick the Horrors on there and then immediately have them fighting anti-large units. Okay, Grom is charging into the Dire Wolves and into the Crypt Ghouls, both soft targets for him to crush under his wheels. Yeah, but the Lord is going to do something about that. Can't have this guy bullying his poor critters here over on the flank. This capture attempt obviously didn't last very long, but there's a mild lead in tickets for the vampire counts. Okay, over here we have the bulk of the force rolling forward, trying to capture both of these points. This is a map where you can do that because the distance between the points is pretty much the same whatever way you go, and you might as well take these two rather than these two if you can afford being closer to the opposing army's capture points, reinforcement points. So here we have the Horrors fighting the Orc boys, the Corpse Cards giving support, and now the anti-large Biggins are pooling in, and they're going to, what are they? 0 armor and Fizzres, so a Scab's Grath, yep, there it is, is going to cook here. And I would get the Horrors out of there and move them over here to fight the Goblins maybe. Also the Archers shooting into the Crypt Horrors, they're not comfortable over here, not at all. Okay, we have Blood Knights with lances. Wow, talking of overkill, charging into cheap Orc boys. they're gonna evaporate them into a fine mist, I would say. And then these ghouls can go and do something more useful. Maybe the Blood Knights should charge Grom next and see if they can get through this little gap here. If Kanet is not paying attention for a moment, that might be very useful. This is a good use of the White King. Right, I'm not sure why the tooltip didn't show him there. Actually, you would want to have them both fighting this unit because they're not so great against small units. Over here, this was a good play, but he should have pulled the corpse card back as well to draw out the ranged a little bit further. And here we have the knights fighting. Oh, they're fighting the spears. Okay. Yeah, I guess they came in to support Grom. In the middle we have a White King still fighting against the boar boys. These spears are idle at the moment. They could maybe attack into the pump wagons here. And it looked like they're going to break, but it doesn't seem like it right now. The corpse cart still being targeted here. And maybe these zombies, yeah, they're already on top of the archers. Just give them a move order to push through to do as much damage as possible. I'm not a huge fan of keeping the White King separate because it means that you can't double up the Scab Scress, which of course gives it more leadership damage when you inflict so much damage at once. The spears are doing quite well against the pump wagons here. The Savage Orc War Boys come in, slamming into... Nope, they're braced now. And they're moving again, so this would be the time to charge. But no, they're not charging. Okay, so this is a good engagement for the vampire counts for sure then. The Lord here, still flying around in the back, hasn't taken out the Orc Shaman, hasn't taken out the ranged. And we have a double cap for the vampire counts. Okay, here we have the Hex Raids coming in. Interesting choice. What armor are they supposed to deal with? I don't know, maybe the pump wagons. And here we could use a heal. Do we have heals? Oh, he caught Grom. Okay, that's very bad. The Strigoi Vampire Lord is a super strong duelist, and the Blood Knights with lances are also really strong. So this is not one of those cases where Grom runs away and then comes back after regenerating. He is going to die here and there. There is no way he's going to survive, and if the Strigoi Lord wasn't glitching out here for some strange reason, this would go quite well. Yeah, okay, he's doing what you're supposed to do. Pull past the unit you're chasing and then attack again to encircle them, and that's exactly what they've done. The Lord could actually leave at this point. The Knights have this. Over here, the Orcs are getting the point back. The single White King can't hold the point. And for my liking, the Vampire counts have too many troops fighting off the points. But with Grom dead, there's going to be a mass rout ensuing here. And if they can capitalize on that and chase down these troops with the Hex Wraiths and with other fast units like the Blood Knights from over here, that is all not going to matter at all. Yeah, the Horrors, the Blood Knights, all of these units should chase down whatever valuable units they can get their hands on. And then this is over for the Greenskins relatively soon. Okay, we've just received the lobby code from Big B's, I assume, and hope that we can watch this to the end, because I don't see it going that much longer. The value lead is minimal, but this route is probably not going to be fixed. Grom is relatively expensive, you don't want to lose him, and with this point also being captured by the... Okay, you could have used some of these units to capture this point a little faster, but now the caster is also being taken out by the Lord and the Cav and these Horrors. I would capitalize this force here to beat this pocket, because then you're almost guaranteed a quit by Kanet. But let's see what they do. Yeah, okay, they're using the capture weight to capture this point a bit faster. Over here, now they can support with some of the mobility from here to get this point down. And all of these spears fighting into the Cav Yeah, that's going to spell doom for the greenskins. Okay, that they utilized the mobility here to chase off these units. Doom and Darkness on the Savage Orcs might just be enough to get them off. Some terror would be good. So if the Strigoi could just pop over here for a moment and scare the bejesus out of these orcs. Ah, it worked. Okay. Now you can pounce on into the ranged, and then the greenskins don't really have much left to accomplish anything here. Okay, they're trying a sneaky back cap or a surround, one of the two. Probably a surround. Or maybe even they try to pull the units off the point to stop the capture in progress. But either way, it looks like the vampire counts got this. Okay, so he got the ranged. We'll probably get the other ranged units here. And with the Lord on perfect health, essentially. Yeah, this is going to go the Count's way. This was a clever attempt, but the Crypt Horrors are going to chase these guys off the point. It's crazy. The health is so low, but they still have almost all their models. So they're actually out-capture waiting the Horrors. But Horrors caught maybe one of them. Okay, now they lost the model and they're on dead even capture weight. So running in circles around the Horrors is not going to capture this point. I guess the Kanet is still hoping that he can pull this one back. I don't see it. Okay, everything is routing over here and we have units chasing them. And here the mage is going to get killed by the Strigoi Lord. Wow, that's really high damage. Okay, we can slowly getting the reinforcements here. More hex raids coming in. And yeah, let's see if they play it out to 1500. I really don't see that happening. Yeah, the cast is almost dead. And with new cav units coming in for the greenskins in a fairly regular pace now, it doesn't look like Grom is going to be summoned back. This point is still being held, but I don't think for much longer. Nice counter charge here from the Blood Knights. I guess that's something Paddy would be very comfortable with as a Bretonnia main. And they might just rout off the Boar Boys before they crumble. Yeah, they actually did. Okay. Well done. There's a bit of an overload here on this point. I think closing this game out with the triple cap over here. Yeah, he's moving them. It's not the worst of ideas. We have the Savage Orcs here. They can't compete with the Crypt Horrors, and we already have more units flooding in from the Vampire Counts. The Vampire Counts are always at an advantage in such a situation, because when their units crumble, they immediately go back to the pool and can be resummoned, whereas for the Greenskins, the unit has to route off the map, and that can take a long time and be difficult for them. Yeah, Maxi. Funny that you say that, because I just also referred to the Cav Micro on Paddy. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and that's really interesting to see. Okay, there's a bit of a push here. What are they doing? The Crypt Ghouls don't want to fight this. Oh, okay, there's more coming in, more capture weight, and the mobility is still here. What are they doing? What are... okay. Yeah, it's a slight resurgence, but I still don't see this going the Greenskins' way. Capture weight is momentarily... Oh, and Grom is also back. Okay, let's see if Pope Paddy has been able to capitalize on his temporary lead hard enough. Maybe he can dive Grom again. And let's see. I'm generally a fan of inflicting damage first and then putting down the Doom and Darkness, but I guess he just put it on the one unit, and that's probably going to work out the same, or maybe not. We shall see. This is going to be a close one, but they're probably going to rout off eventually. And here we have the capture weight coming in. 2 zombies and a dire wolf with another dire wolf on the approach. And now we have the dire pack and our lord. Oh, no, they're diverted. So chasing off Grom, maybe even defeating him. See, he's faster than Grom, so he should be able to get him. And let's just save this real quick and move on to the next lobby. Just briefly gonna have a look at the unit values in this match, and then we're gonna move on to the match between Big Bs and B6 in the other quarterfinals match. Okay, so we have the Strigoi Lord with a whopping 1900. Well, not that amazing. Grom has about half of that, and the winning pieces here must have been the... what? Yes, 3200 on the Blood Knights, 1300 on the Hex Raids, and 1400 on the Doggos. That was a very nice match, and now we're going to go straight to the next one. Okay, where are we? Big B's, spectate. All right, blocker, no shenanigans, and our opponents are ready. We're gonna have Big B's on Beastmen and B6 on Ogre Kingdoms. This is the first match in their best of 3. So let's see who can pull out the win here. Just gonna congratulate the winner from the last round. Okay, Big B's is finished, and B6 is probably... yeah, they're both finished. Okay, we're loading in. Here we see Big B's on Beastman with a great Bray Shaman of Wild Magic with 2 Slangors. 4 are allowed in this format. And on the other side we have B6 on a very Nobler heavy Ogre build with 1 Lead Belcher and 1 Powder Guts. Cool build. What's the magic here? Heavens, okay. Heavens magic against Wild Magic. I guess the Heavens magic is for Chain Lightning? Or maybe just the Wind Blast, we're gonna see. And a complete infantry army here. Let's see, this is gonna be an interesting one. I've got to get a better computer. The loading times are crazy on this one. Well, chat, how are you doing tonight? Okay, it's the Rapturous Expanse, a Slaanesh themed map. And we have, yeah, some Slaanesh themed units, so that's something. Over here we have the Noblar Trappers with their interesting passive Noblar Traps, -45 speed and damage, but it's a single use, so yeah, not something you have terrible amounts of control over, but it's a nice ability. Would be nice if it was a bit longer lasting, or yeah, had more uses, but yeah, it's better than nothing. Over here we have the entirely invisible Vanguard Force. I guess these are the... yeah, they all have hide in forest, but they don't have stalk. But everything else, I think, has stalk. These have stalk. These have stalk. I guess the Slaneshis don't. Okay, so we have one more herd in the back, and then we have the Great Shaman. He's probably on a chariot. And gonna see, the beastmen are using the full width of the battlefield, whereas the ogres are focusing on points 1 and 2. Pistols on the flank, and where are the shotguns? Lead belchers here in the middle, and they're probably gonna arch over here into this side. But we'll see. We're gonna see all of that. All right. Good luck, have fun, you two. May the better player win. All right, and here we go. Ogres rolling forward. Well, I mean, barely any ogres in this army. Oh, they moved the powder guts to the flank at the last minute. Probably for reinforcement summons. And this super chaffy approach with like ordinary nobblers, not even pickbacks, in the front is actually a nice tech to just roll them into the enemy's army and make them discover all of these invisible units so that you can plan ahead better. I kind of like that, because losing those nobblers is, yeah, I mean, who cares? They're 200 gold apiece. Not the worst that could happen. It's always rough to have to use more expensive units to accomplish that. So he's stopping just short of the perimeter of this point. I'm not sure why he does that. Like another inch probably wouldn't have hurt. And yeah, he's probably looking to focus on this one point at first and then roll on. We have almost the same size, huge armies on both sides. And let's see if this point is going to be seriously contested or whether these nobblers and pickbacks are just going to hang around here. These three Ungors are... Oh, that was a very, very well-timed dodge there, draining maximum amount of ammo out of the Ungor raiders. Here we have the nobblers dancing around to reveal as many of the hidden beastmen units as possible. And this point is being captured by the ogres. These guys all have anti-large. You don't want to stick your non-anti-infantry ogres in there. They're gonna trade up, and this is even a silver chevron Ungor spearman herd. Interesting. Okay, what's happening here? We have the trappers launching their little daggers into the opposing Slangors, taking some decent health off them. And why did they overextend here? Oh, I think what happened here is they targeted the Ungor raiders. The raiders pulled back and pulled forward the lead belchers. I always try to keep them on guard mode to prevent that from happening, because that's so nasty. They could just get charged by some spears or something and take unnecessary damage here in this point. All of these ranged units are a bit too far forward and taking damage from units that shouldn't even be anywhere near them. That's a pity, but damage is pretty even so far. So we have the Wind Blast and we have the Harmonic Convergence. Alright. Let's see. These trappers are getting to shoot more or less. But yeah, you don't really want to have your ogre bulls fighting in the spears here. Maybe you could just run back and chase these Slangors, bring in some ogres in here, and yeah, it's not actually a mass rout. This is going decently for the ogres at least. The weight is still very balanced, and we see the pickbacks coming back here into the middle. The nobblers getting charged by the Great Grey Shaman, and are they shooting them? Oh, they should probably be shooting the Shaman here. They could do some serious damage. Between the shooting from the Powder Guts and maybe a slow from the Slaughtermaster, with a Wind Blast when he tries to escape, that might actually cook quite well. Still shooting into the spears, I don't understand it. He probably didn't see this opportunity here. That's a pity though. Although these spears might be just enough to pin this unit here, and if they manage to take out the the Great Braid Shaman, that that might spell doom for the Beastmen. Beastmen have now taken an 800 point value lead. Big Beast is ahead, and we will see if they can capitalize on that. The Centigores are pushing in here. Slangors taking fire from the Nobler Trappers, and overall it looks like the Beastmen have the upper hand. They have reclaimed their triple cap. Their Lord is being utilized really well. It's a squishy little caster, but he has a chariot. So using that to break wavering units is a really good idea. Lead Belcher, 7 models remaining, almost half the unit. They can continue shooting. How are the Powder Guts? They're still here, but they are being fired at by the Angor Raiders. And if you don't have something here, yeah, maybe these Vultures should actually not be on the Corn Gores, but on the ranged here, because they're causing the bigger problem. They're going to start losing models very soon, and that's going to hurt, because you really need these guys here. Over here we have Angor Spearmen chasing off these Iron Fists. And here in the center we have Angor Spearheads and Angor Spearheads fighting with these Iron Fists and some Saber Tusk packs. Okay, the Vultures have been taken down by the ranged fire and by the Corn Gores in melee. And now we have 2 Corn Gore units and the Centigore sandwiching these poor Powder Guts, and they are going to pay with their lives. They don't have a chance. Over here, also a pretty bad fight between the Spears and the Ogre Bulls. The Ogre Bulls might win in the end, but yeah, at what cost? These guys are going to trade up heavily here. And now we have a value lead of more than 2,000 points, 2,500 essentially. So the Ogres are being steamrolled a little bit here. The Beastmen forces are fairly depleted themselves, but with no real damage dealing potential right now from being sandwiched and stuck in these really bad engagements. The Ogres would have to really pull back and reform completely to take better engagements here. As it stands right now, I think they're probably going to get routed off in their entirety very soon. Yeah, we see the Iron Fists down here have just about managed to get stuck in these anti-large infantry troops here. The Corn Gores are going to take them down. The Pigback Riders here charging into the Corn Gores. At least they're not large, but these 3 units are going to win. But what are they going to do then? Over here we still have a very comfortable triple cap, and we are well within triple cap territory for the Ogres now. So even if they manage to claw back something here in this match, they would need to triple cap the Beastmen, and that is just something that I don't see happening. A little bit one-sided at this point, but let's see if the Ogres have some genius play that they can pull off. Okay. Yeah, nice wind blast on these 2 units. Okay, he's getting very ballsy with his caster here, sticking it in top of the Pigback Riders and some Nobler Trappers. But yeah, he probably knows he can pull out because of their low weight, their low mass. And we have the Angor Raiders shooting back in here. Yeah, I'm expecting a tap out here relatively soon. We are hitting 300 points, and here we go. GG to both players. GG to Big Bs, and GG to B6. Value on the caster not terribly high. Value on this caster even lower. These guys, they all did quite well. They're super cheap, so for them to scrap this kind of value is actually pretty decent. The Gore Herd, 130. Slangors, they cooked. And look at this, dirt cheap archer unit farming this kind of value. Well, that one didn't do so well, but the first one did really quite well. Here the Gore herd, yeah, they were mediocre. The Corn Gores did alright, the Chariot wasn't summoned, and these Centigores, they did okay. These guys weren't even needed, apparently. And over here we have the Noblars. Almost all of them actually paying for themselves on the first summon. The Pigbags did not. No, they did. Some of them paid for themselves. Noblar Trappers. None of them paid for themselves, but they had a purpose. And yeah, the ranged is what really suffered in this match. They should have gotten way more. It was unfortunate that they got leashed into the frontline fight. Yeah, very unfortunate. Okay, good match nonetheless. And let's see how the next one plays out. I'm going to put the blocker up before I load in, so I don't give away the builds. Oh, the next one is a Beastman Mirror. That's interesting. Okay. Okay. Big Bees is already finished. B6 is still tinkering. Okay, B6 is actually starting from scratch, building a completely new army now. The next map seems to be the Glade of the Everqueen. It's actually really funny that two Beastmen armies would fight one another in the private garden of Alarielle, somewhere on Ulthuan. Very interesting. But yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do if you're a smelly little cow person. Very nice. Okay, so Beastman is usually pretty chaff focused builds. That's what I expect from both players. I mean, they could go high in mobility, but they don't usually do. Oh, Big B's left the lobby. Big Beast has been pretty dominant since his return. Probably seen him on Anticity's stream, winning a couple of matches against Anticity. So yeah, really solid player. I think I've won one match against him so far. It's a Swedish player. And he's back. Okay. Okay. I think we're almost done here. One or two more unit picks, and B6 has filled out his army. Okay, the army should be finished. Oh, no. He went back, changing it again. I've always found Beastman pricing to be quite nice. It's quite easy to spend your money. All right. Okay, we are loading in. All right, now the second match in this best of three. This is a Beastman mirror between Big Bees and B6. A lot of bees here. And we're going to see a Doombull facing off against Malagor the Dark Omen. Doombull, a heavy-hitting killer, and Malagor, the character most legendary for being unkillable. And yeah, Big Bees is maxing out on the maximum allowed amount of Slangors here. And on the other side we see a lot of Gore herds and otherwise heavy on Ungors. And I think, what's this? Is this the our Pestigors? Or our Gore herd? Bestigors, I think. We're gonna see that. Not a Beastman player myself, so we're gonna have to wait and see what this is. Okay, we're loading in. On the western side of the map we have the forces of Big Bees, and on the eastern side we have the forces of the B6 Beastmen. Okay. Wide deployment on both sides, I think. Alright, we have the Bray Shaman of Beasts with the Curse of Andre here and Flock of Doom. And over here we have Malagor with Flock of Doom. Okay. Something wicked comes this way. This way comes, whichever. Sounds a bit like Yoda. And let's see who is going to be the more aggressive player here. I guess the Doombull would be more thematic to be aggressive, along with his buddy the Gore Bull, but we will see. Alright, army sizes are pretty even. B6 has a slightly larger army because he brought more chaff and a cheaper lord, I think. And Malagor is pretty ballsy, just flying in there. He's not expecting any traps, any net abilities, so he can just fly in there and scout out all these hidden units. Probably not the worst tech. As long as he dodges the arrows, he can gain some intel and some value actually for his faction in this way. And over here it looks like the B6 Beastmen are going to be the first to the point. And what's this? 1, 2, 3, all the characters and all the Slangors over here trying to take out this formation. And as we've seen in many battles at this point, the Slangors are outperforming as infantry. And the only thing that really causes any problems for them is being charged by cav and ranged fire. So none of those two things are in place here. So we're going to have to see if that works out for them. Alright, we have ranged fire into the Slangors, that is good. The Gore herd with shields, Blackhorn Ravages. And here we have the Gore herds streaming forward, trying to find the gap to fight the Angor Raiders in the backfield. Maybe split in these two units and going around in two ways. Would have been better, to stop them from getting caught like this, because now they're not going to make it to the ranged. And yep, the spears take fire. I don't know why the Angor Raiders came all the way forward like this. Probably the same problem of rubber banding into something that retreated, not sure. Or maybe a move command by mistake. Ooh, this is not looking good for B6. He has 1, 2, 3, 4 units routing. Terrible health on the Blackhorn Ravages and the Gore Herd, sorry, the Centigores here. Although there's 3 units routing here, he got all these Slangors out of the fight. Where's the third one? No, I must have routed off already, so that's looking good for him. He holds the point. He might even get... No, he has this point. Okay, triple cap at the moment, that's very nice. Routed off here, routed off here, routed off here. The Centigores, great weapons. Do they want to fight this? No, they didn't have a charge attack, so they're just gonna get folded up by these units. The Angor Raiders are shooting here. The RR is almost broken. They're trading fire here. The Chariots were doing well. Cav would counter them, but so far we can't. Value is about 800 in favor of Big B's. Let's see. Big B's probably benefits from not worrying about the capture points in the beginning and just focusing on trading. He has almost 1,000 lead now. Here we have the Gore Bull sitting on top of the Angor Raiders. We have 2 of Big B's units routing off a pocket of B6 units. And yeah, this all seems to be doing better for B6 overall than it does for for Big B's than it does for B6. We have a double cap, but he also is out capture weighing over here. Malago, of course, not adding any capture weight to the mix, so there's that disadvantage. We have some Centigores coming in, countering other Centigores, so there's probably no big advantage to be had here. And the Gore Bull, the Doom Bull are both on this point now trying to capture this. Over here we have B6 gaining capture weight again. And maybe these routing units in the back can actually take out the Angor Raiders. That would work in his favor. Here this battle seems to work out alright, and if Big B's over... God, this is almost like a tongue twister with these two names. If he overextends here, he might just lose this Gore Herd for nothing. But then again, it's not terribly valuable either. Okay, I haven't seen any Centigores throwing axes so far. Maybe they will come in later, or maybe none of the players brought them. Malagor flying into this formation here and trying to stop the Centigores, which are now taking down the Angor Raiders, as they would. And yeah, I think this is it for B6. There's probably no chance to accomplish anything here. The Gore Herd is taking out these Angor Spearmen, and we are gonna see a triple cap for Big B's in just a moment. Yeah, there's just not a lot left. We have only 2,000 points in value lead, but yeah, it's rough. This was a rough one. It was one-sided from the first moment on, and it never changed. But that's the nature of mirror matches. Usually they're decided to a certain degree on the build screen already, because the faction is the faction. It's always an even matchup, and sometimes the skill in building and the skill in micro can decide it very decisively. When I hosted the mirror tournaments back in October and November, it was the same. All the matches were pretty one-sided, almost all the matches. Okay, with battles that this short, usually the value counters are not terribly impressive because there wasn't enough time to accrue the amounts of value that we're used to. So in this case, it's already over and this pocket is finished. That was the end of B6 in this tournament. GG to both players. And now we're gonna see... Oh, there's a mistake here. Somehow Evergarden has to play himself in the semis. I'm gonna fix that. And we're gonna have Big B's facing the winner of Adler versus Michu. And up in the top bracket we have Chosen playing Kane. Kane it. Okay. Let's reach out to them to see. If we can spectate, otherwise we have to wait for Adler and Michu to finish their match so that we can see who of them is going to play against Big B's here. Big B's has done really well today. He seems to have won all of his matches. Okay, I'm getting no response from both Chosen and Kane. So they're probably... Ah, there's a message. Okay, Chosen. Okay. So Chosen and Kane have not started yet. Okay, we're gonna spectate. Okay, Chosen has invited us. Just gonna spectate there. I'm not sure which lobby is the right one here. They both have their own lobby. Okay, for some reason now it's not loading. Okay, let's see if we can get in here. This is probably it. Spectate. Okay. Okay, so Kane and Chosen are sitting in two different leaderboards, lobbies. So I'm wondering if they're gonna come together at some point. It's getting late. Okay, we've made it all the way to the semifinals. So now at maximum, we're going to see another 6 matches. I hope that Chosen and Kane are going to put their skates on here and get this show on the road. Okay, looks like Tomb Kings in Chosen's hands. Okay, let's see who's faster to get ready here. Okay. All right, gonna take a small bathroom break and then I'll be right back with you just in time for this match. Hang on. Never mind, I'm still here. Okay, it looks like I'm not gonna. I'm gonna stop guessing because they change the factions all the time. Okay, so the three matchups that they have picked is Khorne into Vampire Counts, Khorne into Norsca, and Lizardman into Greenskins. Okay, I assume that Khorne and Lizardman is played by Chosen, and Kane is playing Counts and Norsca and Greenskins in this tournament. Hi Skimitar, welcome. Yeah, it's going well. It's a really nice format. Like, this is the format for people who enjoy playing many matches. It is not the format for people who want to win quick tournaments, because this is a long tournament, of course, right? So we have 5 rounds, and that means that we can have up to 15 matches for each player. Although at most matches it seems to have been, or in most matchups it seems to have been 2-0. Okay, Kane is ready with his counts build. And Korn hasn't even started building his army. Okay, I'm gonna change lobbies. Okay, we're gonna watch the other leg. Because they're already ready to go. Okay, here we have counts against Wood Elves, big pieces on Wood Elves, and we have Michu on Vampire counts. In my experience, this is a Wood Elves favorite matchup, but we will find out. All right, everybody. This is the semi-finals, first round of this there's best of 3 between Big B's on Wood Elves and Michu on the Vampire counts, headed by a Master Necromancer. Big B's has the Glade Lord here, 5 Glade Guard in the opening army, the rest is melee, and on the side of the Vampire counts we have the usual flying Master Necromancer, 2 White Kings, and then a ton of chaff with some Graveguard. I'm not sure why he picked the Graveguard great weapon here. Is he expecting heavy armor? Because otherwise I would have assumed he'd bring the shielded variant to be more resilient to shooting. Okay, so this is a not very shooting friendly map. At least most players of shooting factions hate this map, so I assume that that's the reason why. And we are behind the Wood Elves. We have the Glade Lord with the Arrows of Cornus and the Prayer of Anathrema. That's the usual loadout, I think. And we have a Shadowcaster with Pit of Shades and the Melkots. Okay, and they have the forest ability here. So if they move into the forest and move through the forest, they're gonna recharge much faster. This is 50% more powerful than the Arcane Conduit, but it only works when you're in a forest. So it's very thematic for the Wood Elves. Over here, they're gonna quickly capture this point on the right-hand side, and then the rest of the army is going to deploy over here, and I assume that these guys are going to join them sooner or later. You don't want to really fight all of the, or let's say half of this army with just 3 Dryads. Then here we have 2 RRs, the Königstein Stalkers, which is the Skeleton Warrior RR, and we have the Sternsman, the Graveguard RR. The Tithe, the Zombie RR, nowhere to be seen. Okay, just 3 units over here. They're not going to be able to beat the Dryads, because it's just skeleton spears, zombies, and a crypt horror. But are they taking the point? No, they're not sure yet. Okay, what do we have on the Necromancer? He has Lesser Raised Dead, Invocation of Nahek, and Proper Raised Dead. Still no Winds of Death. Okay, these builds are all very similar. I wonder if they're all in the same clan or using the same meta builds. Our Shadowcaster is running away from the Lord here, I assume because he would try and drop zombies on top of her. Who knows? But that might be the reason. I think they could have pushed a bit further here. And here we have, oh look, they're weaving around this obstacle. Could have been used with some kind of damage spell if you had a flying caster with a wind spell or something. But in this case, it's just a little nuisance to roll around this point. Am I completely mistaken, or could these three guys have taken on the Crypt Horrors? They're only slightly better. Yeah, well. Either way, what's the Lord trying to accomplish here? Probably just being a nuisance. Or running away to not get the Arrows of Corners. Okay, I wonder what the play is here. The undead forces are all stuck in the forest there. I guess it shields them from shooting. And these units over here are all silver shielded and not terribly, or this one is bronze shielded, but the other ones are silver shielded. So not terribly worried about things like archers shooting into them. So this point is pretty secure. Over here it's just a small force, but I guess the Wood Elves could rotate over here with their archers and take out at least the unarmored targets. The damage on the Necromancer suggests that the first Arrow of Corners was used. Was it? Or is it just normal Archer Fire? No, he still has, no. Yeah, he still has 3 uses, so it must have been the ranged attack from the Glade Lord here. Okay, now we see the fire from the archers going in. The Crypt Horrors are dodging a little bit. Here's the fire ones, the Starfire shafts. Doing a little bit of damage, but if you don't focus them down, you're not going to accomplish much. Okay, now the vampire counts are pushing on. And let's see if they can get critical mass. Okay, these Eternal Guard were unfortunately moving when the Black Knights came in. So that's bad. And now they're getting countercharged by the Wild Riders. And okay, they're just force pathing through into this ranged pocket here. They want to probably split and shoot at the cavalry. Overall, it looks a bit like the Counts are dominant for the moment, but yeah, they probably picked a pretty good time to charge here when the Wood Elf forces were stuck in the forest and not really able to fully utilize their firepower. You see the Black Knights evaporating here. Another unit of Black Knights coming in. Are they going to get stuck to these Eternal Guard? Yeah, looks like it. There was a move command that led to a sloppy execution. And now these guys probably want to turn around and attack these guys in the rear to at least do some damage that way. Oh yeah, they're taking serious damage here. So the Wood Elves do know what they're doing. They have some Scab's Wrath on the Eternal Guard here, and zombie summons on top of the ranged. Okay, that's pretty neat. Over here, the Vampire Counts are losing this position. Yeah, they're completely outmatched here. The Dryads get to fight exactly the kind of unit they want to fight. And over here, yeah, we kind of see a bit of crumbling, but it's not terribly one-sided one way or the other. The Necromancer is dropping it like it's hot. 6 users left of the Raised Dead and 0 users of the lesser Raised Dead. Okay, so there's not much to be done there. Does he still have all of his? Yeah, he still has all of his Arrows of Corners. Wonder what he's going to use them on, if he is going to use them. The Calf here catching both of the corpse cards at the same time. Wonder if that's going to work out fully and actually delete both of those units. Here we have The Graveguard great weapons taking fire from the archers. And I wonder if they're going to delete one of these archers with the Scabscrath. They should have 2 left. Yes, 2 left. And it should be relatively soon that the second cast becomes available to them. Yeah, let's see. Over here, that's all done and dusted. We have a double cap now on this lane. And see if the White Kings... Okay, there's a bit of shades coming in. Actually, going to catch some of the cav here on this point. It might... Oof. It takes out the Sternsman, but it also did some damage to the cav and to the spears here. Still, overall, removing the Sternsman is certainly worth it. Now would be a good time for a Scabscrath, if I haven't missed it already. No, it's still out there. So they're moving up, probably to slap them down with the Scabscrath here. Yep, there it goes. Deleting this unit completely. Wow, nice. And over here, we have nothing from the vampire counts. Okay, they're trying to overwhelm the Wood Elves here in the forest. Interestingly enough, they did not manage to take out both corpse cards. And over here, I don't see strong dominance. This looks to be fine. The Graveguard could probably take out these spears at no cost. And these Königstein Stalkers could actually go in here and take out these Gladegar Starfire Shafts before the Glade Lord saves them. Over here, this pocket seems to go for the vampire counts. And over here, the Lord is probably going to drop another zombie on top of these ranged units. There's the icon, and there they are. Okay, neutralized another one. And over here we have the Crypt Ghouls. The Crypt Ghouls, it says damage dealer, just like it says for the Dryads, but if you look at the stats, the Dryads actually have better stats. And yeah, they're gonna probably win, although they are lower on HP, so it could go either way, really. Over here we have 2 Dryad units coming in. You want to do something about those, because you don't really have the same kind of damage dealer here at your disposal. In the forest, the Wood Elves seem to now get the upper hand. What we have here is 2 corpse cards and a bunch of chaff. Zombies, more zombies, Fellbats, doing a dry hump animation, and we have the Master Necromancer taking fire. It's probably netted there for a while, didn't actually look at the tooltip, but it makes sense. Yeah, 2 users are left. Okay, over here it looks like the ghouls are actually winning against the Dryads, so that's good. Good for them, I mean. And Direpack, if they're recharging here before the cav arrives, they might cook. Okay, this is a very, very good Pit of Shades. Deleting 3 units, and this might actually be the nail in the coffin for the vampire counts. Yeah, that's brutal. That's 2 Graveguard units deleted, and yeah, this might actually be it for the vampire counts. We have a value lead now of 2,500 almost. Yeah, Pit of Shades can be such a game changer. When you blob up a little bit too much and you get slapped with that thing, it's brutal. Still, we have the capture weight here on this point. The Skeleton Warriors need to attack here. Otherwise, they're not going to hold this point. But they can slow down the capture enough. We have here 0.9 and here 1.3. So they are just barely in the positive. But of course, one more unit can make a big difference here. Okay, here we have 3 zombies shuffling into this point. They're probably going to cap it back. And let's see if the White Kings are still holding here. They're still holding. And did some decent damage to the Wildwood Rangers. Do they still have their 3rd Scabscrath? No, they've used it. Maybe here. I didn't see it. And the corpse guards are sitting in the forest, not accomplishing anything because there are no units in range to benefit from their aura of effect. Over here we have domination by the vampire counts. Yeah, they're out of ammo anyway, so you might as well land in them. and maybe get the ghouls to chase them off. Here the Black Knights are defeating the Wild Riders, and we have a Dire Wolf and a Dire Pack over here chasing down something. So if they can regroup on this point with enough forces, this is 2 zombies I think, yeah, looks like it, they could pull this one back. They have a bit of a capture weight advantage, or a ticket advantage rather. Now they're pulling off their cav. No, they're coming back, okay. So this point should be captured relatively quickly. If the wolves turn around and throw their weight onto this point, they can probably scrap something back here. These 2 guys just keeping busy whatever units they have here on the point is probably the best use of their existence at this point, because they're not that valuable anymore, not having their scab scrats. What are they doing? Okay, they've been targeted by the ranged, and they probably just want to get here onto the point to add their capture weight into the mix. We have another Graveguard coming in, 2 zombies, so that's 4, that's 9, and that's another probably 4, yeah, 13 capture weight on this point, and they have just about 13.3. Okay, so this is not enough. They need the corpse cards. They should force path them onto this point here. Over here they're fairly safe for now. The Dire Packer chasing down here. This was just a summon, just crumbled out, and yeah, you can't really dodge with the corpse card. They're just too ridiculously slow. Over here we still have the 2 White Kings fighting, even though one of them is now crumbling out and will probably be resummoned quite quickly, because they yeah, they're quite resilient capture weight if you think about it. Okay, they're being kept off the point here by the counter charges of the Dryads. You want to force path, or like at least path around them to get somewhere. The net here, very well timed, counter charged by the Wild Hunters of Corners with magic damage and armor piercing anti-large, so it's exactly what you want to fight these units here. At least the corpse guard is there to give some buffs to these units, but our Lord I think is almost spent. Yeah, he has 1 use of the normal summon left, but I don't see them getting back on this point, to be honest. Doesn't look like it. Value is not crazy. It's 2,000 more for the Wood Elves, but that doesn't take into account all the healing that the vampire accounts have. Black Knights are back. Zombies are running away for some reason, and now these 2 units should just filter onto this point as quickly as they can. It's not really the time for value trading, I feel. What is the Lord doing here? What is the vampire count Necromancer doing? Okay, I don't see the point here. The Lord could have chased them off and they could have gone onto the point. These skeleton spearmen are now finally entering the point. The Lord is on a great stag, so it's not going to make so much of a difference. And yeah, we have the Graveguard here stuck in the Dryads and certainly off the point, so not adding any capture weight to the mix here. We have now lost the triple cap advantage for the vampire counts. They're not going to be able to helm steep on a single objective any longer. They need a second point, and they need it, yeah, ideally soon, because they're being outvalued here. Let's see, we're down to 1,500. So right now the vampire counts are gaining value. The bat summon was pretty decent here. It's chasing off 2 of the Glade Guard, but I think they're crumbled out now by the charge from the Glade Riders with spears. Yeah, over here you really can't do anything about that. You need those units over there. So let's see if vampire counts manage to push onto this point, or whether there is just too much stalling here from our Wood Elf player Big B's. Okay, we have capture weight for the vampire counts. We really want to get those ghouls on there. Yeah, you just did. But still, no capture weight. There's more units here. And over here, the knights are crumbling out. We have a full unit of crypt ghouls. Rear charging the Wild Hunters of Corners. Is there anything coming in at the moment? Nothing. There was something in the bank. He called in some dogs here on the Vanguard point. That's not a bad idea. They're probably going to break the Wild Hunters of Corners over here. And it just looks like, with this well-timed net, the final use of the net, I think it was the final use. Yes. Yeah, I don't know. If all of this spills onto the point, it might be enough. Certainly going to be a close one at this point. Okay, they routed off the Wild Hunters of Corners. The bats, of course, don't have any capture weight. The knights are already on the point. The Graveguard are already on the point. Everything is already on the point, except for the corpse card. So if they can chase something off, maybe the knights can chase off these Glade Riders, then we could see a second coming of the vampire counts, but it doesn't look good right now. Points are almost caught up. It's 1400, 100 left. This is going to be a very close victory for the Wood Elves if it plays out that way, and everything looks like it will. The dogs just took terrible damage here in that fight. These units will probably just about make it there in time for the victory of the Wood Elves. They probably won't be able to make any difference here. Now we're gonna see the Wood Elves pulling even in tickets, and then it's not going to be long before they have enough advantage to win on a single cap, and that's it. Michu taps out. Couldn't save this one in time. Sometimes the players are so quick to quit. But I know the feeling. When you know that you've lost, you want to get out of there. Okay, 3000 value on the Shadowcaster. Only 500 on the Lord. The archers, they were summoned twice. They were taken out quite effectively. The necromancer, no value. The two white kings, 1000 a pop. And these guys were denied. These guys were denied. Yeah, all the key pieces for the vampire counts in terms of value trading were denied. Even the Dire Pack only got 938. They can get a lot more than that. The knights, well, they were doing all right, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. GG to both players. GG, and that is rough for Michu, but he has another chance. Okay, it's funny. Michu just told me that the Pit of Shades on his home point lost him the game, and yeah, I completely agree. That's what I said on stream, and that's what happened. Yeah, taking out like 2000 gold with a single cast. That was, yeah. Okay. So let's check in on Kane and Chosen. Looks like Kane lost the first match. Chosen is a beast of a player. Chosen and Big B's, I wouldn't be surprised to see them in the finals. Kane and Michu are both good players, but yeah, those two are in a league of their own, and they're actually both top 16 players from last season. Looks like Chosen and Kane are already in their second match, so I'm not gonna change lobbies. I'm gonna stay here and watch Big B's and Michu go into town. Looks like Beastmen versus Chaos Dwarves. Alright, the Chaos Dwarves have readied up already. And the Beastmen are tinkering. So I'm going to take my bathroom break that I wanted to take earlier, and I take it now. And we're back. And I think they're almost done here. Okay, and now the Beastmen are finished, and Chaos Dwarfs are not. Okay, now they're both ready. Very nice. Let's remove the. All right. Okay, everybody, we are back. This is the second round. Now we're gonna watch Big B's on Beastmen versus Michu on Chaos Dwarves. You see the artillery and goblin and dwarf mix. And a pretty chunky Beastmen army, actually. Doombull, Gorbul, and a Deathcaster. All right, all right, all right. Okay, here we go. Oh, I love this map. Skjalandir's Cave. Okay, pretty bold Vanguard deployment here. With only one ranged unit. The other two are behind here. Are they going to join them? Yeah, they're going to join them. Okay. In the forest, we have 2 Angor spears with shields. And here we have the skirmish force. This reminds me of Anticity's build from his stream this week. We have the magma cannon. We have the skirmishers with the RRR. Oglakan's wolf boys. Okay, let's see. This opening engagement could be painful for the Pestigors and for the Pestigors. So, how much missile resist do they have? 25? That's pretty decent. But yeah, it's still decent damage. I guess shooting the Angor Raiders would be even better. Okay, so they're rolling forward. The first summon, no, it's not the first summon, they were part of the starting army. It's the Infernal Guard Fireglaves. The Magma Cannon already in range, putting fire into these Pestigors over here. And, yep, hitting them. And over here we have the skirmishers sitting on the edge of the point, holding capture weight and following my advice, shooting into the Angor Raiders. They don't want to really be shot back, so they should probably split up and just move out the unit that's being targeted and keep shooting the other 3. But now, because the Pestigors are pushing, they're actually going to take some pot shots at them. So what has this guy done? He has Enfeebling Foe, and he has Spirit Leech and Fate of Buna. Okay, so Fate of Buna, there aren't any targets for it here. But Spirit Leech on the caster. Okay, I have a feeling that a purple Son of Sirius might decide this match in the end. And okay, very good restraint here on the Chaos Dwarf player of not going crazy about the objectives, just kiting and farming value with the Magma Cannon. Does he have a second one? No, but he brought the Iron Demon. I would bring these skirmishers over here, take out these Angor Raiders, and then focus back here. That way you could just farm this value and get this point. But you're also getting dangerously close to the call-in point, so you have to decide what's the best option for you. This is a good play, I like this. We have the, I think a Lamassu riding, is it a Lamassu? Let's see. Yeah. Lamassu riding caster here, just to circle around and identify where the ranged units are so that it can be targeted, and also to slap the Gorbul here with a Spirit Leech. I would not target a 6,000 hit point unit necessarily. Over here we have the age-old problem that Goblin Laborers have a spear symbol, but they're not actually anti-large. So yeah, they get run over by chariots pretty badly. Same with Cav. We have the Centigors coming in, and hopefully the Fireglaves are actually going to notice them. If not, they're going to get side charged or some other kind of shenanigans. Yeah, they see them. And now we have the Zayton the Black coming back in. We were still shooting into the trees probably, so careful there. It's a single fat tree. And did it actually? No, it hit the unit, so that was fine. Okay, the tank is running through here. You want to stay away from those 2 bulls. They're gonna do so much damage. One of them is anti-large, the other one is just armor piercing, but both of them definitely can beat the train here in melee. And over here, that's a good move. The Snaky Gits coming in to cap this point. Of course, they're taking a gamble here. They don't know that there is nothing on this point, because with Beastmen, you never know. Okay. Okay. All right. I just got news that the other leg was decided. Chosen won that one. So right now it looks like Micho is gonna get this one. And if he does, then it's going to be another match in this bracket, in these semis, and then it's going to be one of these two guys against Chosen. Oh, friendly fire? No, just on the side there. That's very kind of the Chaos Dwarf overlords controlling this cannon here. What is this actually? Does it have a crew or anything? Oh yes, two half-naked guys handling hot liquids. That's always a good idea. And friendly fire time. No! We just missed. Okay. Alright, so now they are charging into the ranged here. That's a pretty good idea. It's undefended. The train is taking out the other ranged. Over here we have Centigors fighting the Wolf Raiders. But I think if they get some support from the Sneaky Gits, they might actually get this. And yeah, they were just in time to prevent the capture here. Let's see, Sneaky Gits might out-trade them here. How's the value on the Magma Cannon at this point? It should be pretty good. 870, that's not bad. Okay, they got caught here in melee, that's not good. And it looks like Big Beast is rolling up the Chaos Dwarf pocket over here. The Wolf Raiders outstayed their welcome in melee. And I think these guys are oogling the Magma Cannon to charge. They have a pretty decent anti-large bonus, I think. Oh, no, it's only 5 actually. It was the Castellans that got a boost. So these guys are still not great. So if they shoot into the chariots here, they're way better off than if they were trying to fight them in melee. Okay, so we have another Wolf Raider coming in here. The point has been captured. And between the archers and these Wolf Raiders, if they charge them in the rear, they might just get the win here. I don't know why they stalled there for a moment. That was unfortunate. But yeah, 1,200 points value lead are remaining after this. And maybe he has enough wins for a little Buna on the Centigors. They are actually a good, decent target for that. Charged into the braced Fireclaves. And some laborers to buffer them out. And we have Zayton the Black also on top of there. If you can take out the bulls, that might go well for them in the end. But actually they can carry the game on these 2 points if they manage to keep them. Right now they have a good pocket here. They could probably defend against these units over here on the far side. But this is looking a little precarious. Well, 1,300 value on the cannon, that's good. Taking out the fresh unit of Angor Raiders. These guys just pulled back. Now they are obstructed by the skirmishers. But not a bad move actually. Maybe one shot of the Magma Cannon into this ranged unit here to break it. And okay, they're gonna charge off into the Centigors here. It's not the worst thing, but they're only cutthroats, so they're probably gonna break relatively soon. And then here we have the Purple Sun. I said it at the very beginning, I think this spell might be decisive in this match, and look at this. Same thing as the last match. There was one big fat Pit of Shades that decided the match, and the same thing just happened here. It swung the value lead back into even. And yeah, with the Minotaur Great Weapons coming in here, I see the Chaos Dwarfs being rolled up quite hard. Although there was some money in the bank, and he got the Kadai Fireborn and the Wolf Raiders at the same time, and might actually go for a triple cap here with these fast units. Ultimately, this cannon has done what it was supposed to do. I would consider... No, right at this point it looks pretty good. The Wolf Raiders are going to take them out here. The Zayton is doing well. The train is still surviving and getting support here. Now, actually, this might be a win for the Chaos Dwarves after all. They're losing the objective in the forest, but if they get this one, it doesn't matter. These guys can help capture the point a bit faster to lessen the value lead that the Beastmen have at the moment. And actually, this is a very, very pitched battle. I like it. This is a great move. Them, please. Put them on the point. And yeah, our Fireglaves, 53 models remaining, more than half the unit. The Wolf Raiders can relieve this point, and here we can get these guys. Don't overextend, but do use your advantage here. Nice shot into the axe throwing Centaurs, you probably don't want to chase with these 2 units because they're slower than the Centaurs and they're going to get kited, taking damage along the way. Okay, we have almost stabilization over here. These guys could go back and defeat these 2 units, but there would have to be something to counter the Centaurs. On this point, I think if they can move the Kadai on there, they have capture weight, but yeah, they're not gonna enjoy fighting the Minotaurs here. They're gonna look at this taking serious damage here. Okay, Spirit Leech on the Gorbul, actually. I was complaining about Spirit Leeching the Gorbul in the beginning, but now it actually paid off because it killed him. And we have a double cap on the way for... Okay, actually no. Actually, the Centaurs took a different route, went to the middle point here. So here, our Cutthroats are going to take this point away from the Beastmen. Let's see, as soon as they're on the point, the capture weight flips, yes, and they're going to take out the archers first and then the spears. Probably a good idea. Over here we have the domination over the small pocket of ranged, and we have 2 new skirmishers out. The magma cannon has been unsummoned after doing what it was supposed to do, and now again we have a, well, more or less stable double cap for the Chaos Dwarfs. Okay, the value is soon to be equal, and I guess they want to charge off the Gorbul here. I don't think that's necessary. Damage to, no, it's actually enough damage on it to keep it routing, so I think you can pull them back and try and trade well in the middle in good engagements rather than getting too close to the summoning points here. The Wolf Raiders are chasing the Centaurs. Is there anything to... Okay, they're turning around, but they got the charge off. Did they? Yeah, I think they did. And now they're going to charge them with the other unit and replace them, or they're just going to kite them. Okay, kiting is actually probably the better option here. If these tethered Wolf Raiders can slow them down, that might help us. Okay, there's a lot of damage on the Minotaurs actually, probably from the Fireglaves, both shooting and in melee, and now a Spirit Leech on the Minotaur's great weapons. They have only 10 models left, so it's semi-decent to use this spell against them, which is actually meant for being used against SEs, and in this case the point is going to be taken by 2 Centaurs. So they need the point, they need another point. Over here they're stuck in spears, or that's actually not, oh yeah, they are anti-large. I got confused for a moment. They're not goblin laborers, of course they're Angor spears, so you don't want to fight them. Zayton is probably back. Don't think he can heal, so he should be back now and try and fight here, maybe take the fight into the Minotaurs. He is a small unit, so they don't get their anti-large bonus. And the Demonsmith Sorcerer, probably out of breaths. I know he didn't even have any, he's on a Lamassu. So slapping another Spirit Leech instead of a Buna. Buna would have been a bit overkill here in this case. And we have some units pooling into the point, adding some capture weight. Maybe it's enough. Don't really feel it is. And yeah, this is still pretty even. These guys are going to get this point back. The spears are not spears. We can't forget that. And we have Pestigors over here. So yeah, let's see. The Centaurs are coming back. They can't see these 2 guys yet. Oh, sorry, again. They can. They're just goblin laborers. They're not Angor spears. And yep, these 3 might win against the Centaurs, but then the Bestigors are going to beat them again. So yeah, not guaranteed to work. Over here we have 3 of these skirmishers stuck in spears. It was probably a move order that got executed a bit too late. And another Spirit Leech on Satan the Black from the Grey Shaman. These guys idling. Okay, they're charging in here now. Probably going to take out the Centaurs if the skirmishers help. They're countercharging these Centaurs and they could work on this. But all of that won't matter. Oh, this is a good call. The Kadai are definitely going to dumpster the Pestigors here, and these 2 chaff units buffering it out is going to make it more sustainable. Now we just have to make sure that he doesn't lose Satan the Black, because then he's going to have a leadership issue with his chaffier units. Demon Smith Sorcerer fighting in melee against the Centigores. That's a good idea. We have the Skirmisher here shooting into the Centigores. This one as well, but it's getting a lot of melee damage here. Satan here stuck in Angor shields. Very chaffy fight. Rear charge into the Pestigores might break them if Michu gets lucky. And the points are running away here. So it's 170 left, 340. Oh yeah. Too long on a single cap, and now the triple cap for Big Bees is going to spell doom for the Chaos Dwarfs here. There isn't enough time to scrap this back, I feel. We had 1400, 2 tickets. That's 200 seconds, 100 seconds is a... Yeah, 200 tickets, 100 seconds at this point if there were already a double cap for Michu, so it's not possible. These units are too slow. Here we get some capture weight, but there's so much capture weight coming in from the Beastmen that I don't think it's going to matter. If they move all the troops off here and they get a sneaky back cap from this perspective, maybe, but yeah, here the Beastmen already have the capture weight back, and I don't think it's possible at this point. It's 2 tickets per second. It means we are at 15 seconds remaining now, and yeah, that's the win for Big Bees, and that means that we are going to see Big Bees in the finals against Chosen. So it's going to be RTK against VM for the tournament win in this format here. GG to both players. And again, I can't save because they were too fast. Okay. 1400. Decent value on the caster. Nice value on the cannon. 2 would have cooked here, I'd say. The Kadai, yeah, they couldn't really perform. The Drain took too much damage. Good attempt. And now it is decided who will be in the finals of this tournament. All right, and we are at the stage of the finals. Let's see. I'm sure that Chosen probably still has his lobby open for us. And if not, he will do so very soon. Okay. Okay, let's see if they have a... Yep, Big Beats has a lobby. Okay. And now we have 2 to 3 matches remaining. Okay. This is our lobby. And here we go. All right, we are in the lobby. I'm gonna block the screen. And we have, could be, what else, Bretonia? Okay. Okay, let's pop the link to the stream. And here we go. All right, everyone, welcome to the stream. We are just waiting for our two finalists here to figure out their matchups. They're still picking. Yo, Ace of Skullface, long time no see. How you doing? What guy? You can't be talking about me. I think I'm going to be running a hat trick tomorrow, so that's going to be very, very juicy. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. Yeah, play tomorrow in a tournament. It's perfect for newer players because you have 3 tournaments. 45 minutes apart, and if you lose in the first one and you're eliminated, you can just start again in the second one, and then you can start in the third one if you lose again. So yeah, that's how I usually do. And yeah, it's great fun. Thank you, thank you. Have a good evening. Just clicking around here, getting the tournament for tomorrow set up. Don't mind if I do. Okay. None of the players have read it up already, so that's good. We have time. All right. So the tournament is on the 13th at 9 p.m. Okay, looks good. $21.45. And $22.30. And we get this one as well. Okay, I think that looks like an army that's basically done. It looks like Dark Elves versus Beastmen. So Big Beast is still on Beastmen, and Chosen wants to counter with Dark Elves. Both builds look pretty much finished, but we'll see when they're ready up. Alright, welcome to the stream. We're gonna stream the finals. It's a best of 3, so the first match is going to be only the one, and then we get at least one more match after that. So we might get another 2 or 3 matches, and then the winner of this tournament will be official. Okay. Yeah, I think both players are more or less ready. We're gonna play it on the Blazing Ramparts, and it can only be a matter of moments before both players ready up. Did he just change to Lizardman? Okay, maybe I was wrong. Maybe it wasn't the final matchup. They were just tinkering around. And now it's Lizardman against Beastman. Somehow that feels like a better match. Like a better matchup, at least. Okay. Yeah, it definitely impacts Warriors of Chaos. I look after us. Okay. Yeah, so I think it definitely impacts Chaos. They were really benefiting from the Bearman. So those being gone is good. I mean, good for the meta, bad for Warriors of Chaos. I guess the Dreadmore price increase and limitation is offset by the fact that you can now resummon it. So if it gets killed, you can bring it back, and it's actually decent. The Chimera, I don't think it's going to impact anyone or anything. They're still good enough to bring. So if you want to do the optimal build, you probably bring two in many matchups. And other than that, I guess the fix for gunpowder units is pretty decent. That's nice, because they were pretty limited before. Okay, I'm just being asked about the format. Let me just check. Yeah, the color. She needed a bit of a buff, but I don't think that it's enough to see much play out of her. The mask is still pretty OP, and if the tournament allows it, people are still going to bring the mask instead of her. But she might. People might actually try her out now. Anticity said it was noticeable. I saw a match there from earlier today, or from yesterday, where Blood Penguin was playing into... Was it Charix on Zinj? Yeah, Blood Penguin on Empire into Charix on Zinj, and the Empire shooting really cooked. It was pretty heavy on shooting, so I don't know. A single match will not tell you what happened to the meta, but yeah, still pretty good. So I think it's been improved. Overall, a positive change, definitely. It's just a shame that they screwed up the patch and forgot some of the changes weren't actually implemented, with the Bearman not really being removed from the Chaos roster. I don't know if they did a hotfix to fix that, but yesterday you had to manually ban them in tournaments still, because they could still be brought, even though they were supposed to be part of the extended roster. So yeah, that's not ideal, but other than that, I'm pretty happy with the changes. Yeah. Who are you on Discord? I don't recognize you from your Google name. Yeah, I mean, he's only learning Zinj now, right? So he's still amazing player Charix, but he's not that familiar with the build yet, I think, and he's of course limited by Tzeentch being a relatively weak faction. So yeah, managed to win against him in a tournament final last weekend. Was the last. Okay, I've seen you in tournaments. Yeah, and so I managed to win. So that was pretty cool. I won the tournament because of it, but it was the last tournament of last season, so nobody saw. All right. Let's check the matchups again. Lizardman, Beastman, both builds look like they're finished. Blazing Ramparts, still them up. Okay, let's tidy everything up here. Okay. I heard it was fixed, but I haven't seen it work yet. I didn't pay attention to that. I haven't played Nurgle or against Nurgle since. So, yeah. It's hopefully fixed, because that was a bit disappointing. Okay, Chosen is now ready to start. And Big Beast has just changed to Tomb Kings. So I'm not sure what's happening there. I hope that's just him experimenting a little bit. But he might also make a new build, so we will see. To make sure that Chosen doesn't make it to any finals, because he always takes forever to get ready. Okay. Okay, Big Beast is working on the Tomb King's army, so it looks like they're actually playing a Lizardman Tomb King's matchup. No, you can't. You definitely can't trust them. Alright, I've just published the tournament for tomorrow night. If you want to play, be my guest and sign up. It's another hat trick. 3 lives of single Elam. Very nice. Yeah, Tomb Kings is fun. It's one of my favorite factions. I haven't played them much myself, but I just like the aesthetic, I like the style, and I like how they play. And I like that they've been fairly well-rounded for the longest time. I hope that they're going to be ready soon. Yes, we're loading in. Yes, everybody. It's starting. And here we go. The first game of the finals of this tournament. This is the 3-3-3 tournament. And we see Chosen from VM Clan on Lizardman facing off against Big Bees from RTK on Tomb Kings. Both builds pretty meta. I guess they're exciting new ones. Because Chosen's coming from the Russian community, and I think he plays Land Battle and Conquest as well. He uses slightly more unorthodox builds that we don't see so often in tournaments, so that's wonderful for diversity. I tend to split between playing and casting. Today I didn't want to play and cast at the same time, so I played offline and then started the stream when I was eliminated and started casting. Tomorrow I will just host and not stream at all, and on Saturday I will probably play and cast. Yeah, I think I enjoy casting slightly more than playing, and yeah, I hope you enjoy either way. All right, here we have a load of chaff. We have the damage dealing Nerakaran warriors. We have a Khemrian war sphinx and DJ Khatep, but without his mixing table. He's just on a boring horse now. We have the Chosen of the God Ushabti over here, the anti-cav Ushabti. And over on the other side, we have the Bastillodon on a red crystal. We have a bunch of red crystal skinks. That's pretty meta at the moment. We have Krokgar with the Hand of Gods. Very nice sniping spell. And yeah, the usual roster of abilities. And here we have a Skink Priest of Heavens with Chain Lightning and Harmonic Convergence. Chain Lightning is such a solid spell. I love that thing. Love it on Sail, love it on anything where you can bring a Heavens Caster. Definitely a solid spell. Okay, so interestingly enough, they're both postured up here, uphill. Down there's two lonesome little skinks. Is that the... No, it's the ordinary ones, the non-stalking ones. Okay, so it can go either way. If there was anything on the other side from the Tomb Kings, like maybe two Skeleton Horsemen or Skeleton Horsemen Archers, they could run them down. But because they're on a post down there, they might actually just cap this point and be happy with it. Yeah, I mean, of course they do damage against everything, but if you watch closely, you're going to see that they don't actually generate good value into infantry. Okay, we're posturing up. That's gonna do from here. We're gonna see the skink skirmishes coming in. They're gonna cap this point in no time because they have 5 capture weight each. They're relatively cheap for a 5 capture weight unit, so that's pretty decent. And that's the weakness of the Tomb Kings roster, the low capture weight on most of their units. I think only the Nerakaran warriors have 5. They're basically the Crypt Ghoul or Dryad equivalent on the Tomb King roster. And the... Oh, look at this. The first Hand of the Gods slapping about 25-30% of health off Khatep. And yeah, what's the caster gonna do about that? Yeah, if there was a Spirit Leech in the mix, then Khatep would really have to run for his life. But he has the Walmart Buna and the Skullstorm incantation. Okay. Down here we have this point captured. We get some Chameleon Stalkers. Look at this. The long con to get them into the catapults. Yeah, I guess up here is not enough room, so he might cook that way. But I wonder if that's not a bit taking too long to get them there. Well, we'll see. We'll see. It's definitely a pretty cool thing to see. All right, so the Chosen of the Gods are shooting into the Saurus Warrior shields. Yeah, definitely. Chain Lightning is super strong. It's when you get any kind of blob, and you can just delete it. It's really a fantastic spell. I've used it in a few matches, and it cooks. And it's so nice how it does nothing to monstrous infantry, for example. So if you play Nausicaä, for example, and you have Sile casting that spell, you could have a unit of Femir tanking a charge from Silver Helms or even the Fireborn, and then you just slap the lightning right on top of them. It does nothing to them, and it completely cooks the cav unit. So that's really nice. Okay, I'm really curious to see if this long haul play here works out. Okay, some idle shooting here into the Bastillodon. Yeah, it's decent damage actually. Large targets somehow are just better for this unit. Is he dodging or is he just moving around? Okay, many of the shots actually miss. Krokka posturing up here, maybe trying to slap the sideways Hand of the Gods along the formation. It's probably the same way in which you can use Mercurial Shot to, or even Shem's Burning Gaze to slap it down the length of a unit, same as Arrows of Cornus used to be used as. And yeah, the Lizardmen are pretty chill here because they don't have to do anything. They just have to sit here and enjoy their 2 tickets per second. Okay, our little guys are getting closer, but as long as the skeletons are sitting there, I think the Skull Catapult is fairly safe. Okay, Krokka now fighting against the Ner'kharn warriors and the Ushabti here. We have Ripterdactyls fighting, flying into the back, and they're actually good against both of these units, but they're here to rear charge what? Not the War Sphinx, are they? Okay. That's crazy. Why are they doing that? I mean, good, they're doing decent damage, fairness. But yeah, good, cool tech. Anti-infantry unit. And here, while the opponent is not looking, he slapped the Chain Lightning in there and is cooking these 2 units. Probably not getting value because these are both relatively cheap units, but still taking them out of commission. The Sphinx took decent damage here. Where are those flyers? Okay, they got away. Lost about 20-25% of their health. And they would want to do something now. Okay, the Skinks just ran away in time to escape from the chariots coming in. And if they actually come back here, I think they're lucky that that Big Bees missed them. Otherwise the chariots would have turned around and run them down. Because they did use their ammo. And now they have to get lucky and not run into these horsemen here, or they're gonna get spotted. And then the whole sneaky maneuver is for nothing. Okay, they get spotted, that's a shame. It was such a nice maneuver, but now they're probably gonna lose this fight. And if they don't lose it, at least they're not gonna get their mission accomplished here. Because the ammo is... Oh, it's still enough ammo, it's still worth sniping it. But let's see. As long as the fighting takes place up here and the Lizardmen maintain their double cap, there is no problem. He doesn't have Wind Blast, so he can't really efficiently kill these units, but this is a nice Chain Lightning. Cooking these 2 units. What is it? Okay, Skeleton Spears and the Ner'kharn warriors. This might actually get them to crumble. If it comes back, if it just veers off, then of course nothing more can be expected of this. And if the Ripterdactyls maybe dive the Ner'kharn warriors here, this might secure the point for the Lizardmen. What's so dangerous about the late game versus the Tomb Kings is that they have the super cheap cav with 4 capture weight each, and that is such a menace in the late game when suddenly out of nowhere you get, I don't know, 12 to 24 capture weight barreling towards one of your points. Okay, something needs to happen here or this is going to flip. Ah, okay, the character wasn't actually on the point, so now they're holding the point against the Chaffee unit here. That's probably about 4 capture weight, 7 against, yeah, maybe 4, 5. Charge of the spear riders into the Ushabti. Is it the summon? Yeah, it's the summon, so they're gonna crumble anyway. The skinks here fighting against the horsemen. It seems to be an even fight. If they lose, it's terrible. If they win, they still haven't made value because they're 650 and the horsemen are only 400 or something. Down here we have a horseman unit. I was just talking about what a menace their capture weight is, and here we have 2 of them coming to steal this point. And if they get it, they just move down here, grab this one, and then come back to defend this one. So the lizardmen have to move something down here, or this one might go south for them. So far, value trading is relatively even. The Tomb Kings are 1000 value ahead. That means Big Bees from RTK is in the lead. And Khatep, except for the first slap he took, is actually doing fine now. Krokka is fighting here into the Ushabti. Still, no, this is not the summoned unit. This is a proper, permanent Ushabti unit. And these ones are the summons. And they actually fought down to the last hit point. And yeah, like I predicted, they take this one, grab this one, and then they come back to help defend this one. So this is swinging into a triple cap against Chosen, our Lizardman player. Okay, we have the chariots chasing off the skirmishers. We have Cold One riders killing the Nerkhan warriors, horsemen, taking some fire from the artillery. Oh, look at this! They managed to beat the cav, and now they're beelining for the catapult they wanted to take down. Okay, that seems to have veered off quite unfortunately here. And I wonder if the cav are probably going to be back just in time to secure the point. So yeah, that played out quite well. I mean, imagine investing 800 gold into these 2 units and then capturing, like completely out-capturing your opponent. Oh, actually, the stalkers are doing quite well against the catapults here, and it would be good to take them out of commission because they're actually probably doing quite well. Let me actually check. What's the value on the catapults? 711. Yeah, they almost pay for themselves, and they still have some ammo left. So they could have done quite well if they weren't unopposed. This guy probably going to rout soon. Krokka is still cooking against the Sphinx. It's almost dead. So value is dead even now. He still has a lead, Chosen that is. And over here, these Cold One riders are chasing into the spears. Should probably take out the chariots here. And okay, the catapults came back with still all 4 models surviving, so that's bad. Okay, this was yeah, desperation move, I think. The lightning on the 1 skeleton spearman. Let's see what these Ripidactyls are up to. We gotta get the first point back here, and if Chosen focused on value trading rather than the points game, he can still buy back his tickets by trading. He is ahead now in terms of tickets because the Nerkhan horsemen, or actually the skeleton horsemen, left this point. Now we have capture weight here again for the lizardmen, and with the arrival of the red-crested skinks, there's going to be another 5 capture weight here, and these horsemen cannot hold that by themselves. We're still fighting a lot off the point here, and I think that's a decent move from Chosen, because he knows that he has time. He's on a triple cap right now, but not for long, and he still has quite a few tickets before this gets tight for him. So he can still focus for another 2-3 minutes on value trading. And he might just get this point regardless. Down here, this point is up for grabs. He could summon some Vanguard skirmishers to get it. He could maybe even chameleons so the opponent can't see this. And right now, I'm feeling Chosen. I think it's going to go Chosen's way here. This point is Not contested quite yet. I think he still wants to farm more value here in the forest in all these engagements he picked. This is also a favorable engagement, but I think the unit is just too damaged to pull out a win here. Yes, these guys can take care of the Neharian warriors. We have the Skink cohort, probably the cheapest 5 capture weight units in the game. Well, matched with Empire Spearmen. And here we have Ripodactyls chasing the back of the skeleton warriors. Okay, so we have capture weight on this point for now, but I don't see it sticking there. I think he's gonna still try and value trade. Okay, so this is swinging back again in the favor of the Tomb Kings, it seems. The middle point can't be held by the Lizardmen as it is, although with the arrival of the cohort of Sortek, I think they just might, as long as they don't try and chase off faster units. And we have the last salvo from the Streaming Skull catapults. This point is being lost at the moment. We have a full health skeleton spearman and a tattered skeleton warrior. So this unit is gonna relatively quickly capture this point. You need something back there. Over here, the Skinks were attacked by 2 Neharian horsemen. So that's gonna kill these Skinks off. The middle point is held, and now it's slowly but surely getting a bit close for the Lizardmen. They need to triple cap, or at least secure a second capture point really quickly. Okay, still trading for value quite well. I'm wondering if this is not getting too much up here. He probably wants to get this point instead. Gets in the Spear Riders. They would crush these units with 9 capture weight against these 8. Skinks are coming back. The Ripodactyls might actually help pin down one of these horsemen. And yeah, I think he's gunning for a very, very close shave double cap victory. And for good measure, he sends up 1 Skink skirmisher unit up here to trade into the spears and soften them up in case he needs the 3rd point. It's getting very close now. So if it gets to 13 before 11, it's over. Yeah, it's yeah. So at this point, the Tomb Kings need 200 points, and Chosen needs more than 400 points. That's how you can tell that it's a triple cap situation. But in this case, it could get triple capped. Down here, it's very clear that the Lizardmen dominate. The value lead is 800 points at this stage, and now everything is running up here to this point. The Lizardmen need to get this point, and if the Tomb Kings manage to just Helm's Deep up here and prevent the capture for the rest of the match, they are going to win on a single cap. It seems to me that the value lead just isn't enough to wipe them out in such a way. So we have 4, 8, 11, 16, 19, and 2 is 21 capture weight sitting here on this point. And we have much less coming in. Let's keep it simple. And yeah, these Red Grabster Skinks, that's 10, that's 15, yeah, 15 units, and they are of higher quality, clearly. These guys are a bit too late to the party, I think. It's going to be decided before they get here. Another 3 capture weight coming in from the Lizardmen. Here we have the Red-Crested Skinks probably going to ignore this Cav unit. They are going to ignore this Cav unit, and if he has some kind of Cav he can throw into the mix here to get onto the point before it is too late. Yeah, there's some Spear Riders coming in, and yeah, I think this could very closely work out. He has about 80 seconds left to capture this point. Right now he doesn't have capture weight. He's chasing these Cav units, but they're not gonna die that quickly. We have the capture weight now. These guys have to push through. One of them is on the point and is just wandering off, so they have to just force path through this chaffy unit. And it's 60 seconds to go. Oh, this is a very, very close one. These guys might just make a difference, but there's 2 more chaff units coming in here. He should have pushed some more up here, but of course it's pretty dangerous because then you can just get the horsemen down there and they capture this point. Okay, he's now mobilizing all of his troops, but I think with these routes, it's not going to happen. This route, this route, this route, and this route, and this route is just too much. Crocker is still there, he's still fighting, but I don't see this happening. It's not even starting to capture, and now 20 seconds, you'd have to have an overwhelming capture weight to have any chance to get this. So that's it. GG to our Tomb King player. Just narrowly inched this one out, and the value couldn't be closer either. So this is a very, very contested but earned victory. Well done, GG, well played to both opponents. Let's see if I can get to save this one for once. Nope. And it is the first round of this. Yep. Okay. That was the first victory for Big Bees. Now we're going to see the rematch. Yeah. Well, they have to play 3 matches, right? Did you look at the format? So the way this format works is you declare 3 factions in a channel, and then you do the matrix, and you ban the first 6 matchups, and the last 3 matchups are all going to get played. So that means maybe this was the worst of the 3, and he wanted to get it out of the way, and now he's going to play 2 better matchups. And in case you're watching, not to pester you, but in case you're watching and haven't subbed yet, then if you don't mind, please drop me a sub. I'm trying to get to the level where YouTube notices. That would be nice. All right, so let's look at the lobbies here. And let's see what the second matchup is going to be. Getting late for me. I'm almost hoping that this goes 2-0, but if it goes 2-1, I'm also completely fine with that, of course. Okay, they're getting ready. The next one is Corn into Beastman. Okay, I wonder how many Corn Gores we're going to see in this match. All right. All right, welcome to the stream. This one is going to be the second in the best of 3. They're going to play it on Skjalandir's Cave, and it's between Korn and Beastman. VM Chosen is playing Korn, and RTK Big Bees is playing Beastman. Oh yeah, there's a lot of Gors about to die, definitely. Okay. Korn seems to be almost finished. And the Beastmen, no, they're just starting to tinker. So that's gonna be another moment. I'm gonna work on my post for the upcoming tournament and make sure you guys all sign up for it. It's gonna be a blast. Okay. Okay. And 21:45. And 22:30. And the links are 34, 35, 36. Okay. And we're gonna put that here. Here. Okay, and I think that's it. We can launch. Okay, and we're gonna launch this one as well. Okay, that worked out all right. And let's check in on our players. Corn is finished and the Beastmen are still tinkering, but I'd say they're almost finished. Okay. Okay, only a matter of seconds now. Big Bees is almost finished, I'd say. The Coronate army is complete. They're gonna start tinkering again now, or what's going on here? Okay, the Beastmen are now ready. Corn was already ready before, still changing a few units. Okay, we're loading in. All right, here we go again. This is the second match in the best of 3 between Chosen from VM Clan and Big Bees from RTK. And this one has Chosen on Corn, headed by Skulltaker, and Big Bees is on Beastman, headed by a great Bray Shaman of Wild Magic. We see a pretty diverse army here for Skulltaker, and we see a high mobility build on the Beastman side. So both of them on this large map want to be mobile, and let's see who does it better. The Beastmen, of course, have the advantage of an almost entirely Vanguard deployment. See, all of their units except their Lord literally have Vanguard deployment, and many of them have Stalk on top of it, so they can cap these points instantly. And over here we have the Corn army with 4 units with Vanguard. Oh, this could, this could end up being a bit of a bloodbath for this one unit of Angor Spearmen. But it's not a big commitment. It's 325 gold committed over here. And they're gonna probably die to all of this. But yeah, well, it's a gamble you can take, right? So if it works, you get this point for almost nothing. And if it doesn't, then you lose one Chaffee unit. Could be worse. Oh, I never saw that there's a fire in that cave, actually. All right, we're rolling in. 11 to 14, and now over here the suffering begins for these poor little spear guys. Oh, they're still hidden. Oh, that's lucky. That's actually great. That's great because it's funny. Or were they spotted for a moment? Yeah, I guess the Warhounds spotted them. Now they spotted them anyways, and now these units are probably going to come back to get a free pick. But then again, they don't know. They don't know if there's another 3 units over here. So they leave well enough alone and just take off. And if there wasn't 2 Centaurs, the Furies would probably have pounced on them. Now they're just trying to pull them into their backfield and surprise them. Over here, this force is a little isolated, so there might be an attempt to jump on top of these guys. But then again, they're quite fast and there is no mobility on this side of the map for Khorne. It's all over here. And he's trying to overwhelm him here with the advantage and almost caught these Warhounds. I actually did catch them. Is that a net or just... No, it's just the effect of being charged. Here these Centaurs coming in. Khorne Gors countercharging and they're pulling back just in time. Yeah, didn't really do much here. The Khorne dogs, the war dogs of Chaos, just stuck in there. Over here, nothing to shoot, so these guys can just farm value of the Berserkers, of the Marauders Khorne dual weapons here, or of Skulltaker, but since he's so fast on his motorcycle, he's not going to die here and there from this attack. In the middle, we have an attempt to use the mobility to capture this point real quick. Not sure if this is gonna work out. That's such a janky mess that a single model carries the banner here, even though the entire unit is actually here in the middle. Let's see if this works. And this is chaff, this is full capture weight. Yeah, probably not. They probably can't capture this point. Or actually, if the Beastmen let them, this unit is not on the point. Oof. That's the... Ah, what are you doing? Oh, that's rough. Okay, over here, they took the point almost. Now they have it. And the middle point is not taken. Okay, Pestigors into Khorne Gors. Who wins that? I assume the Pestigors. It's much of a muchness. Pestigors have higher HP pools, so they're probably going to outlast the Khorne Gors. Over here, the point is taken. Over here, trading ensues, and only now Khorne is gaining value in this match for the first time. Okay, these guys can pool onto the point. If they want to be here, they should do it with commitment. Over here, the mobility is still dancing around. There's no decisive engagements so far. And again, these dogs, of course, don't want to be caught by these superior cavalry units. But technically, a Centaur isn't really cavalry, but it's the closest to it. Okay, this fight was very clearly won by the Khorne Gors, and I guess Skulltaker helping out a little bit. We have the double cap well in time to matter. Over here, our Marauders with dual weapons caught the Angor Spearmen, and this one has to be won by Chosen or it's over. If Big Bees wins this match, he will win this tournament. Okay, Khorne Gors getting a side charge into the Beastmen here, into the Centaurs with throwing axes. They're not going to do tremendous damage, but it's something. The dogs, have they caught or were they caught? Regardless, they're fighting a losing fight against the Centaurs here. They can get some support. They might actually pull this one out. The other dogs are helping. Yes, that was a good charge, and the Centaurs are going to break, and then the Hounds can run them down. Over here, it's a bit of a standoff. I guess these units definitely can't take on these, and if the Marauders here move into the middle, we have a security there that the capture weight will not exceed. The value is 1,000 ahead for the Beastmen, but Khorne are quite nicely positioned here, and if these engagements go well, if the dogs, are these the large dogs? Yeah, Flash Hounds, they could actually catch the Razor God Chariots. But let's see what Skulltaker is accomplishing here. He's taking out the Sons of Goros. The Furies are getting countercharged, I assume. We have a Devolve upgraded here. And yeah, pretending to threaten this point and keeping the Beastmen busy here, as long as you don't trade down, is going to work quite well. He's also closed the value gap by 500 points. It's only a 500 lead now for Big Bees. And let's see, Over here is still the standoff, but it's a one-sided standoff. This would clearly be won by Khorne. Let's see if the chariots get a clean charge into them. No, he's noticing it and postures up. That's a good idea. More Furies here. They're just waiting for some isolated cav unit to jump on. And here the dogs are doing quite well. Skulltaker is actually getting decent engagements here. Some Centaurs getting unsummoned to be available again. And here we see some more Forsaken pooling in to secure this point. Okay, this was very, very decisive. The Khorne Gors, or the actually Chaos Warriors of with halberds, beat the brakes off these things. 3 models still left, but almost no fighting power left in them. And here now the Marauders are pulling through the Chaos Warriors to get into this engagement, because of course you want these guys to fight and these guys to not take too much damage. You have some Fleshhounds here rear charging the Pestigors, and now the spears are coming for support, but I'm sure the dogs are going to pull out as soon as a rout ensues here, and they might want to swing around and actually countercharge these chariots as well, because it's only 3 broken chariots, but if they make it to actually execute the charge, they're going to do some considerable damage here. Yeah, look at that. A countercharge would have stopped that, but of course you can't be everywhere with your eyes at the same time. Okay, we have Khorne Gors sitting here, and they can actually, if they are faced the right way, take care of both of these Centaurs. Angor Spears taken out by Forsaken. Forsaken love fights like these, and Skulltaker is actually here farming value. How much does he have? How much does he have at this point? 441. It's actually not that much. The Furies only now moving in. And here the Forsaken are in good engagements. The Centaurs stuck in Furies and Halberds. That's a terrible way to die. And the Furies are probably going to wait for these guys to get the charge off and then rear charge them. Very, very clean play. Yes, that's exactly what's happening. Over here we have the brawl still continuing. The dogs are still in the mix. I don't like that. Pull them out, rear charge. You get more than twice the value out of them. But over here, he caught them from an angle that he didn't go into the braced spear, so that worked quite well. The Fury Gambit paid off beautifully here. The Furies are probably going to chase down these Centaurs until they're shattered, and the Forsaken of Khorne are probably going to go over here and take care of some spears or Pestigors. The dogs are going for a cycle charge, I assume, but the Forsaken might just rout them off by themselves. Okay, this is working alright for Khorne. And over here the dogs are over chasing a routed unit and yeah, leaving their their Chaos Warrior halberds behind here. This is not ideal, but there's probably some kind of reinforcement gonna be called in here relatively soon. Like I said, the Fury is still chasing off the Centaurs here. And over here another unsummon, another unsummon, another unsummon. Somebody is planning to bring in a bunch of these guys in a few minutes, and he's already at 1600 resources, so he's lulling his opponent into a false sense of security right now by presenting this very tattered army, when in reality he's going to bring in several units at once, most likely, to capture a point wherever it's weakest. Forsaken are filtering on over here. They might just actually get crushed by a surround charge from several mobility pieces that Big Beast is going to call in at 2400 points. And over here we see the mobility game of Khorne, of the Beastmen, pushing over into this position and trying to dominate Khorne on this outside perspective. And here, like I predicted, 2 Centaurs being called in at once, trying to overload this side of the map. That was a good call then to send the Forsaken here. They're going to beat off these Angor Spearmen, these Pestigors, and these other Spearmen. Not at the same time, but I think they're going to rout one after the other. These are almost broken. And by the time these Pestigors get here, they should be done and maybe even capture the point if they get lucky. Over here, Beastmen for now have the capture weight, but that's because Chosen is waiting. He's biding his time and he's pulling away because he knows he doesn't desperately need this point. He has a points lead. he can afford to let this point go for a little while and then come back at a later point. He also swings back over here because this is the weaker position for the Beastman, and if he manages to annihilate everything on this point and then swing back over here, he's going to have a much easier time than this split attempt of fighting there and fighting here. He might have just regrouped though and then continue to fight here. Probably going to lead the charge with the Furies. And let's see what he's going to jump on with these units. Okay, yeah, he just decided to fight on this side, and the Pestigors are actually waiting in the forest to be utilized at a later point. Okay, double cap is double cap, doesn't matter which, so he just pivots to the other side of the battlefield and leaves this side to the Beastman for now. Leading at 1,700 points now for Khorne. It looks like we're gonna have a third match on our hands. This certainly looks like Khorne is going to carry this one. Now the Pestigors are moving up. Yeah, they're gonna beat the Forsaken at this stage. Skulltaker and the Forsaken getting charged by Centigors. More Centigors piling in. Taking some damage. The Forsaken charging into the spears. Gonna take them out quickly. These halberds just sitting on the point to anchor it down. And over there, unless there's a summon, this will not hold when the Pestigors attack. So some play needs to be made here, although not far off getting into triple cap territory. If he hits 1250 before Big B's hits 1,000, then we are on triple cap. Okay, the Furies were utilized beautifully in this match. Oftentimes you see Furies diving in somewhere, getting countercharged and just melting away. But here, they've really been used quite well. Look at the damage on, oh my god, on these Minotaurs. That Deadly Onslaught was on point here. Really hurt them. And now they can be escorted off. The Furies are melting now and we have the victory for Khorne. Let's see if I can save. Nope, I can't. Getting bullied again. Alright. Here we go. That was the second match, and there is going to be a third one. Almost no value on the Shaman. The mobility doing quite alright. Here, Skulltaker, 874, almost nothing. How did the dogs do? 1,700. The Furies paid for themselves twice over. The dogs didn't quite pay for themselves. Look at the value on this. 1,487 on the Halberd Chaos Warriors of Khorne. 1,000 on these. How did the cannon never came in? The Khorne Gores. The Forsaken. Exactly paid for themselves. Paid for themselves. Almost paid for themselves. And the Furies also did quite well. GG to both players. Good match. And we're going to move on to the final matchup. Blocker Rosie. And we have Wood Elves for Big Bs. And let's see, what did Chosen declare to play today? What's BT? KH is Khorne, Liz is Lizardman, and BT, is it Beastman? Oh, Bretonia probably. Okay. Yeah, he's working on the Khorne build, so it's probably Wood Elves Khorne. Oh, alright, okay, you have to miss the last match. Okay, then good luck embarrassing yourself in tennis. Have fun. Okay, Khorne into Wood Elves. Khorne is almost done. Wood Elves are only starting to tinker now. Okay, he's building the army now very quickly. Hello, Mr. Chosen. Good luck in the final match. Oh, Bird is also here. Welcome, welcome. Khorne into Wood Elves, that's pretty brave. Alright, Khorne is ready. And the Wood Elves are not quite ready. Definitely pretty cool builds. I will comment on them when they load in. I think we're almost there. Looks pretty done. Chosen, where are you from actually? Everybody always assumes that all VM players are Russian, but yeah, that is a crazy map. But I guess it's terrible for shooting, so that's the upside, isn't it? Okay, we load again. Here we go. Good luck. Good luck, guys. Alright everybody, this is the final match of this tournament. It's the third in the best of 3 for the final. And this is VM Chosen on Khorne against Big B's from RTK on the Wood Elves. We have a Blood Speaker, the sacrificial lamb of Khorne, leading this high mobility army into a almost non-ranged Wood Elven force, headed by a Spellweaver of Beasts. War Dancers, Wildwood Rangers, Dryads, and then only 2 Starfire Shaft archers. Okay, here we see the army of Khorne in the south, and in the north we have the army of the Wood Elves. Look at this Ekrund. Beautiful. Such amazing work done on these maps. This is one hell of a community. Okay, over here the slow push, over here the mobility. This split between the slow forces and the mobility worked really well in the last match. Maybe Chosen can replicate the success here. Or maybe Big Beast has already adapted to it and can actually counter this. We will find out in just a few moments. Wildwood Rangers sitting in the wood. And here we have the Blade Singers and the Glade Guard. Okay, everything is rolling forward. This point is going to be the first one taken by the Dryads because they have Vanguard deployment. These Chaos Warriors here, Marauders of Khorne, more Marauders of Khorne, and more Marauders of Khorne are piling onto this point. And over here, the mobility has almost taken the outside point. I'm not sure. I don't think these guys can take on the Dryads. Well, maybe in a good surround they actually can. And if they rear charge with the Furies, but it's going to be a messy fight, and with the Wildwood Rangers coming to support, this might be a bit too much. We also have the Weaver of Beasts here with the Curse of Andrahir and Wissen's Wild Form, sitting in the forest for the extra 20% spell mastery and 60% recharge. So they're going to chuck out spells much faster than they could otherwise. Okay, over here we're rolling forward.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
What did you mean? What's interesting? The matchup or something I said? Okay, let's see. What is happening here? Are they clashing here? No, not quite yet. These two guys are fairly safe, which is an unusual situation to be in against Wood Elves. The dogs are taking some fire here in the forest. They probably don't enjoy that too much. Forsaken lying in ambush there, and this shielded infantry is pushing forward now. I guess if they have some mobility support, they can take out these Dryads, but it's going to be a slow grind. How are the Forsaken going to do into these guys? Wildwood Rangers outclass them ever so slightly. Massively higher melee defense for sure. And over here we have the mobility sitting and waiting. I think that's playing it safe because of the archers. But it's only 2 archers, so once Khorne manages to remove those, they can posture much more freely. And this is a nice play to try and compact this formation to get a better view and then pounce in there. Hey! Welcome to the stream. Okay, so how's this playing out? They're getting rear charge, but they have such high mass that there's almost no charge bonus on such a light cav unit. The Furies have taken out these archers. The other archers here are probably going to be taken out next. No point chasing them if you can take out another whole unit. We have more Furies coming in, piling into the Wildwood Rangers here actually, and doing decent damage. The dogs trying to sandwich the unit, and the Forsaken piling in as well. That looks really good for Khorne here. And here in the forest, and here outside in the open, we have the elite melee troops pushing on. And if they pull back just enough to get something in between, that might be a decent trap here for the Wood Elves. Usually they're the ones laying the traps, so this is very much not something they enjoy. Over here the Wood Elves have the stronger force, but Khorne is so mobile here that they might actually get decent picks. The Furies are going to countercharge the Wild Riders here, as far as I can tell. And over here, the dogs are fighting the Glade Riders, which are like very weak light cav. So the double dog will definitely take them down, and then they might roll on into these ranged units if the cav goes elsewhere. Now we're getting a resurgence here from the shielded infantry. And what are the summons? Another dog coming in. Okay, that's the cool thing about Khorne. They can bring 8 dogs, and looks like they're just going to do that here. And yeah, I don't know. I'm torn about it being a good map for Wood Elves. Yes, they do get the benefit of fighting in the forest because they all have woodsmen, but they can't shoot so well in the forest. So that's I don't know. I don't think it's super one-sided. And Khorne is slightly behind, 300 points. I guess these guys should do something. It's just dead weight at the moment. But they're farming tickets, so at least that's happening here. The Skull Reapers coming in. Let's look at those beauties. Brutal creatures. And they're gonna just chop through these units here. Take serious damage though. The melee attack is super high, but they're being outclassed here a little bit. And here the Wood Elves try to push forward. The Furies might pounce on top of some of the mobility here as soon as it's committed to this melee. The Blood Speaker is fighting the cavalry on the outside, the Glade Riders. The Furies are circling around, maybe intercepting the incoming Wild Riders. Oh, is that what the dogs do? Oh, the dogs are taking care of that. Now the Furies could pounce into these Wild Riders and take them out. Yeah, that's what's happening. Okay, over here the shielded guys, some of them filtering into the middle to support there. And where's the 4th unit? Ah, they're all the way over here. They're pretty fast, I guess. Okay, so this is a nice little exercise for the Khorne Gores, but they are not really enjoying this. These are the Chaos Warriors, so they might actually outlast this fight for another while. Over here, Khorne seems to just barely have the upper hand. The Forsaken are pulling back. The dogs are idle for now. They could charge into either of these units and do some damage. These dogs are on top of the archers, but they're pulling away now from the Wild Riders. And over here we see 2 units posturing up, trying to threaten this objective. I don't think it's necessary. I don't see the Wood Elves taking this point, but I might be wrong. Okay, we have the Wild Hunters of Corners coming in here. They might shift the balance. They might crush these dogs, and actually countercharge these Furies if they're still on the ground by the time they're finished with these dogs. They're taking good damage here though. The dogs got a good charge off. But here, the Furies are, racing against the time, because once this is finished, they're going to be taken out if they're still on the ground. Over here, Khorne is dominating. They are winning against the Eternal Guard, taking out there, and our shielded chaff. This is actually a pretty good play. These are 2 Marauders. They are 400 each, so they're super cheap. These are 550. These are, what are they, 750 or even 950? So much more expensive. So they're keeping twice their value, completely passive over here, when the Wood Elves could actually use that value here in the forest. The Wood Elves are slightly ahead, but we will see. Wild Hunters of Corners pouring in here. Maybe the Furies can put a stop to their reign of terror, but we will see. Another Fury, another Fury. If they get good targets, like the archers, like the Cav over here, they're gonna cook. Actually at routing, chasing down routing units for now. Over here the Furies have committed to the Wild Hunters of Corners. And now they're gonna probably get charged, are they? No, they're charging into the Forsaken and the dogs instead. The dogs are counter-charging, getting their charge off just a little bit. And these Furies are probably coming over here to rear charge the Wild Riders. Furies here doing a pretty decent job fighting the Wild Hunters of Corners with this Blood Speaker support. And these Furies just made it to the air to intercept. Let's see. This point is embattled, but it might still go for Khorne after all. Here we have a fairly balanced fight in the forest. The blade singers are probably gonna inch that one out. And over here, okay, this is gonna be interesting. We're gonna have a charge from the Marauders into the Wildwood Rangers. They got the charge off. You saw the nice damage they did. And now these guys here have to deal with the Dryads rather than rear charging, which is of course not what they want to do. These horsemen just came in, so they might position behind these Wildwood Rangers, rear charge them, pull back, shoot them, rear charge them, pull back, shoot them, if that's a micro text that can be afforded. Okay, the Wood Elves managed to capture this second point just before it became a triple cap situation, but they had to buy this in blood. They are 400 points behind now after having a lead previously, and now these Furies are probably going to take out one of the cav units. And okay, here we have the horsemen kiting the Glade Rider spears. Yeah, if they're going to get 2 or 3 volleys into them, they're going to be able to take them on in melee without problems. Is there another one coming? It looks like the phase of the match where you would want to deal with this mobility in a different way. Okay, they're missed, and they're probably going to get caught here. The Furies can relieve them, of course. As Candy. Oh, Chaos Knights of Khorne with lances. Okay, that's full on. Okay, over here the dogs. Yes. Okay, the guards left behind on this point were not strong enough to withstand this assault, but of course the Wild Riders here will take them out. There's probably a Fury on the way or somewhere in the woodwork that will come in to make sure this doesn't go badly. And for now, we have a 1,000 point value lead because of the charges here that the knights have executed. This guy just recovered, moving back to the point. Great micro by Chosen here. And now these guys are rolling forward, trying to capture what's happening here in the middle. The Furies are taken out. There's a lot of Wood Elf mobility still here. And yeah, the Cav managed to shoo away the dogs. These corn gores are not plentiful enough to do anything here. And there's Forsaken coming in. Okay, so we have a lot of time on our hands. Chosen has a lot of time to capture this point back. Right now, this is uncontested. I don't think that these guys can take on these guys. But again, we have a filthy little dog and a corn gore unit with 5 models or whatever left. Keeping busy a 1,000 gold cav unit. And probably even doing some damage to it. No, didn't get a clean charge. Okay. Over here, Khorne washes onto the shores of the Wood Elven point. And let's see if the Bloodspeaker with his dogs can get this. Yeah, with the Furies, they're probably going to take down the Wild Riders a notch. Over here, I don't see this going any other way than for the Chaos Knights. Don't like them being in extended melee and taking so much damage. They should have pulled away and used their ammo. But yeah, that's easy to say when you're floating and don't have to do anything. And over here, yeah, the dogs lost, and now the Wild Riders are pulling back into the forest. This point is secure. Forsaken are coming in, followed by dogs. And let's see. This point seems to be more secure than this point, so this is where the battle is raging. Forsaken are good against this, Forsaken are decent against this, but with Fury and Chaos Knight support, this is not a bad engagement. The Forsaken are gonna probably outtrade the Dryads quite well here. And now our Fleshhounds are cycling around to get a rear charge into the spears before the Wildwood Rangers arrive. Okay, I don't know if this was the right decision to fight for this point, because with the Vanguard points so close and Wood Elves being so heavy on Vanguard units, they might actually run out of forces there relatively quickly, especially if only Chaff is coming in as reinforcements. Oh, come on, please don't crash. That would be a disaster if we have to play this one all over. But this being the finals, I will not arbitrate this. This is too close to arbitrate. Oh, this looks like a crash. pulling the lag switch.
Unending glory is yours.
Okay, I'm not. Who is Hitpo He-Man? Is that Hitman Hippo? Yeah, I don't know why the game says that Chosen won, because the game said that Chosen dropped. So yeah, what am I happy with here? I'm half inclined to yeah, let me just check the rules. What did I say about drops? Okay. Oh, Hippo changed his name. Very nice. No, you should all do that. You should all change your names here on YouTube to your Discord names. Then I don't get so confused in chat anymore. Come on. Have some mercy on a boomer like me. Okay, so I have ruled on the outcome of this on this tournament. I'm not happy with giving the win to either of them. And I'm gonna have to make them replay. Um, I don't know. It looks like Chosen dropped. Okay, gonna screenshot the builds. Yeah, it's true. Ah, I hate situations like this. Yeah, I agree with you, Hitman Hippo. Thing is, I told Big B is that it's his call if he wants to replay or not. Problem is that saying that was against my own rules, because I say that when there's a drop and they can't agree who won. Hmm. No, I wish it was Colleen. In my tournament description, it just says if the game crashes and they can't just agree on who would have won, then they have to refer me and I decide based on the replay who would have won or if there's a necessity for a replay. Yeah, but I was misleading in my first response to Big B's, so I'm gonna have to give the win to him. Dut, dut, dut. right. All right, guys, gonna give the win to Big B's because that's the first thing I said to him, and it wouldn't be fair to go back on that. All right. Thanks for weighing in, Hitman Hippo, by the way. Much appreciated. And thanks for being part of my wonderful audience tonight. I hope you guys enjoyed the tournament. I didn't intend for it to end in such a drama, but we'll see how it goes. All right, guys. Sorry for all the drama. I'm gonna play the intro now. So enjoy the video. Have a good time and hope to see you soon. I'm not gonna stream tomorrow for the tournament, but I will stream on Saturday, most likely. So hope to see you then. If you haven't dropped a sub, please do now and have a good one. Bye bye.